All right, I believe we're live. Let me know if y'all can hear my voice in chat, y'all. Let me know if y'all can
Okay.
hear me. Yeah, we're live. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of the TOPT call-in stream. My name is Seb. I am joined by Larry, Twilight, and Toby. And this is the show. Yeah, and this is the show where we have you guys jump into our Discord's voice channel and give us your takes, theories, or rants, or ask us questions about the series or really any series in the anime world. You will need to be a server tiered member to gain access to our voice channel for the call-in streams. You would have to be a warlord or higher on our Discord, or any $5 donation or 3 gifted memberships will net somebody a potential gifted call-in. So, pull up to the call and stream. If you guys aren't a member or can't be a member, you might get your way donated in. Or if you want a guaranteed spot in one of these call-in streams, please become a tiered member or warlord or higher to see the voice channel that accesses that. I'm really excited for calls this week. We had no chance of getting to calls last week or yesterday's episode, but it was a really big chapter that dropped. Imu got revealed. Imu's true face got revealed. Whole lot of conversations as to what that means for the future of One Piece, what that means for the future of Elbaf. And I'm curious to see what you guys have to say about it. So I'm excited. Larry, are you there? I know you might be away for a little bit. Larry's in the building. Toby's here. Twilight's here. Should be a lot of fun, man. I'm really looking forward to talking to the people about this one, man.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, like the stream if you haven't already. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. Me, Toby, Twilight, and Larry were already getting into a hot debate before we even got into here. So I will probably open it up with Toby. But before I do that, I did want to shout out chat. So I see Austin Hart's in here, Young Vito's in here, Broker's in here, Zoro Sharingan's in here, Nika D Joy Boy. I see and Nakala J. I see Aeon Fish or Faith. Sorry. I smoke Igbo. Just so many of y'all in here. Please like the stream if you haven't already. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. I thought I saw Quavo for a second there. Larry's in here. Larry's been popping off live on his TOPT Larry channel. If you guys haven't already, please subscribe to the TOPT Larry channel. He's going to be doing so much more than just One Piece. He's doing live reactions. He's doing reactions to other things. I don't know what else he's got planned, but I'm sure it'll be great. But definitely tap into anytime Larry's going live and ding the bell for that as well. It's not just TOPT. We're going big everywhere. But yeah, like the stream, everybody. We got a couple super chats that came in before the stream even started. So welcome. We had Zoro Sharingan become a Nakama on YouTube. So thank you. Enjoy all the emojis that come with being a Nakama. And then he upgraded that membership from Nakama all the way to our highest tier of membership, which is Yonko. So he's going to have access to everything that we have on YouTube. That is awesome. We love to see it. Please throw the Nakama fist up for our new Nakama joining the channel on YouTube, man. Really happy to be here. But all right, yeah, no swearing and no chapter 1180 spoilers, guys. I know it's a break week, but sometimes the chapters, spoilers, and leaks get out a little earlier than we'd like. Please, no 1180 conversation in these chats. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into this. But I do want to touch base on what Toby was just talking about. So, Toby, you'll be the first caller today. It was a conversation about whether or not Luffy will actually fight Imu in the end, or if it'll be a different person. Talk to me. Who you got facing Imu?
All right, so I think Luffy versus Imu, which is about to happen. I think this is the last time Luffy will see Imu. All right, and this kind of comes from when we first found out Rocks was Blackbeard's dad. It was like, okay, it's kind of gonna be a repeat. It's gonna be like Blackbeard's gonna get his get back and all this other stuff. But the problem was, yes, sir. The problem was we didn't know how Luffy and Blackbeard were both gonna face Imu without them quote unquote working together, and nobody wanted that. So what I think is happening right now is Luffy's gonna face Imu right now, and then after because we want to see Luffy versus Imu at some point. So now we're not disappointed. We actually get to fight. After this, at some point, Blackbeard will take down Imu, sit on the throne, become the king of the world, and then Luffy will get to beat Blackbeard, who will be the new king of the world. So now Luffy gets to face Imu, Blackbeard, and still technically take out the king of the world, even if it's not technically Imu anymore. So that's what I think is gonna happen. And now everybody's satisfied. We don't get the Blackbeard and Luffy team up. Luffy still gets to take down everybody, or at least face everybody he's supposed to face. Like it's good.
I get the thought process, Toby. I just don't know that Blackbeard could pose that level of threat now. Because if Luffy's capable of defeating, or at least getting close to defeating Imu or driving him out of Elbaf or whatever, as Blackbeard as he is now, as strong as I think he is, if we're talking about Luffy pulling up to Mary Joie with, like, you know, all of his forces, Blackbeard can't handle all that right now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in the scenario you're painting, is it a Luffy and Blackbeard just shoot the fade, just them two? Is it just a crew v crew? Is it a world at war situation? Like, how is this happening? Is the battle taking place in Mary Joie? Or is it just Luffy drives Imu out of Elbaf and he comes back weakened and Blackbeard defeats him there? Like, how are you saying this exactly?
I don't think this is gonna happen right now. I think this is like a not far into the future, but I feel like this is a future thing. Like, I think Luffy and Imu is a now thing, and then Luffy versus Blackbeard is like way towards the end. Like, you know, that huge war we're gonna get. I don't think Imu's gonna be a part of that. I think Luffy's gonna get. I don't think Imu's gonna be a part of that. I think Blackbeard takes out Imu before the Great War, and then Blackbeard and Luffy is the war. Well, including everybody else, of course, but I think they're gonna be the center of it. Yeah, I think because Imu's in action now, so we all probably assumed that Imu was gonna come out for the war. But now that Imu's out now, I feel like it's reasonable to assume that Imu comes out again at some point, or whether it's Blackbeard pulls up an Imu or Imu comes out and Imu gets taken out because, you know, Blackbeard, he's unpredictable. I don't think Blackbeard could take out Imu now, but I do think Blackbeard can take out Imu now, since we know that Imu's willing to come out, and we learned not too long ago that you could pull up on Imu, which isn't easy, of course, but you can also pull up on Imu like Rox did. So, hey, I think Imu gets taken out before the war. To be honest, I think Blackbeard becomes the king of the world.
You want to know something funny that I just thought of that kind of correlates with something that Larry was saying yesterday on the pod about this? What if it's not Blackbeard? What if it's Blackbeard who doesn't take him out, but he ends up getting more seriously injured than he intended to on Elbaf by Luffy and Loki and whoever else decides to go to fade there, and he goes back and Garly ends up taking him out?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that Garland could be maneuvering himself, trying to position himself to take the throne himself. Yeah, I mean, maybe
that would
interesting.
Maybe.
Now, I did want to get Larry's thoughts on this, because I did think he had some pushback when you originally brought up the thought process, Toby. But I will say, the thought of Imu not being involved in the final war is a thought I haven't had yet at all. Like, because I've always envisioned that Luffy would have to defeat Blackbeard to become Pirate King, and then once he became Pirate King, he'd learn the truth of the world and then set his eyes towards Imu. And I've always, when Imu came to Elbaf, my mindset was more, this is Oda showcasing to Luffy the actual threat of the world in the way that he did for Roger with rocks, so that he would know how strong he truly needed to become in order to truly win this. Because at God Valley, Roger's positioned as just kind of an adventurer, doing his thing, whatever, right? Having fun with it. Luffy's kind of had a more detailed view of the world than Roger seemingly did at this time. But at that time, Roger was still saying things like, oh, there's so much of the world I still need to learn. I still need to know, or that I don't know, right? Because he felt like Imu's Haki and felt like what was coming, etc. So, like, he needed to have that change in the dynamic of his adventure, where Luffy doesn't necessarily need that, but he does need to see the threat of Imu himself. So I kind of bleed more into the line of thinking around Imu will show Luffy the top, like the true top of the world, and he'll have to not so much reconcile, but understand what he truly will need to defeat in the end to overcome it. And that could mean anything. I think last episode we talked about Usopp dying, like how would Imu showcase this threat to the world? How would he showcase this to Luffy and the One Piece world as a whole? I like the idea of Usopp dying. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but I don't know. Larry, I'll open it up to you. I don't know where your thoughts at with Imu ended up losing to Blackbeard, man.
Do I sound good first and foremost?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not too sure if I want Imu to be defeated or not. Listen, man, I'm gonna be upfront. I understand the importance of Blackbeard. I understand that Davy D. Jones's will had to be inherited and taken to where it's supposed to be. I just don't think that Blackbeard is deserving enough the same way Imu is. I just feel like Blackbeard 1 just doesn't have enough history besides what happened with Rocks, and that's his main goal for wanting to do what he wants to do. But to me, Imu has been here for 900 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's been built up to be the person that the world has suffered from. Blackbeard himself, his whole destiny is from what Imu's actions were 800 to 900 years ago. And not only that, if I wanted to speculate even further, I could even go as far to say that Imu probably took a deal in order to preserve the world itself because the ancient kingdom was probably considered the bad guys for these ancient weapons they were carrying. So I don't have enough to say Blackbeard and whatever he's supposed to mean to the story is supposed to mean more than what Imu has done for the past 800 to 900 years, bro. I'm sorry. I don't see Blackbeard being this endgame opponent. I don't want him to be the endgame opponent. He's good. He's perfect as being a rival to Luffy. That's good enough. At this point, I don't ever see what he's going to do is going to overtop whatever Imu has done this entire way. That's just it for me. So you could be a fan of him, you can enjoy his character, but Imu's the real deal.
No, that's facts. That's facts.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing with me is Blackbeard has always been unpredictable. Nobody, before you watched MarineFord, did you think Blackbeard was gonna, even though Blackbeard was already weak, did you think he was gonna take out Whitebeard?
I mean, it wasn't on my mind. I didn't think he was pulling up.
Exactly.
I didn't think he was gonna pull up. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't think he was pulling up, and I know for sure you didn't think he was gonna be Blackbeard. Nobody thinks Blackbeard is gonna run up on Imu, and no one thinks Blackbeard is gonna beat Imu, including me. I don't think he could beat Imu, but I think he's going to. I can't tell you why. I'm not exactly a Blackbeard fan either. I'm more of a hater. So it's not like I want this to happen, but I feel like if everybody is gonna get kind of what they want, I feel like this is the path right here. Like Luffy faces Imu, Blackbeard faces Imu, so they both get to face Imu, but it has to stop somewhere. And I think Imu stops at Blackbeard, and then he becomes the king of the world, and then Luffy still takes out the king of the world. Like you said, like Seb, I think you said this is Imu showing Luffy where he has to be able to take him out. I feel like once Blackbeard takes out Imu, he improve, because when Blackbeard takes out Imu, he's gonna prove himself in some type of way. Either you agree with it or not. Once he takes out Blackbeard, it's gonna be the same satisfaction as taking out Imu. That's kind of like my whole point. I don't think I do think it's probably gonna be something sneaky, similar to like when Blackbeard took out Whitebeard, but he still became a Yonko after that. Even though he wasn't technically as strong as Whitebeard, he still became a Yonko, right? And I don't think anyone thought he wasn't at least strong enough to be a Yonko, even though he was probably the weakest of the ones. So I think he could still run up on Imu, take out Imu, and then once Luke takes out Blackbeard, it's still a very similar satisfaction as it would have been if he would have taken out Imu. That's what I think.
I need Luffy to fight both of these men, man. I'm gonna be real with you. But
yeah,
I need Luffy to fight and beat both of them, man. But
I don't know.
Luffy's already given reasons.
Blackbeard is really the only reason I don't think Luffy's gonna be both. Like if it wasn't for Blackbeard, I'm still on that train. But now that we've seen how important Rocks is, and Rocks' goal and Davy's will, I feel like there's no way Oda doesn't give Blackbeard that W. Like I feel like there's no way Blackbeard doesn't get the W that Rocks wanted or that Davy wanted. Like I feel like Blackbeard and Rocks and Davy are that important that they're gonna take Luffy's win that y'all want him to have. and then Luffy's gonna redeem it by beating Blackbeard himself.
Okay. All right.
See, my question to that, my only like kickback. So, what's the point of the revolutionaries?
Bro, I wish I knew, and I'm a dragon guy, bro. I wish I knew that.
Like,
Like the revs gotta come at some point. But I hope it
who
isn't.
they gonna fight?
Like, we'd hope that Dragon faces Emu at some point too, which he technically still can. Maybe Dragon faces Emu before Blackbeard. But like I literally don't know where and when Dragon fits in all this. I honestly don't. Like I wish I knew.
No.
I wish I could tell you.
He
But I
don't.
don't.
He go.
Yo,
listen.
chill, bro.
Nah, listen. I told you
don't.
the same way Whitebeard led the people, the grunts, the fighting force necessary. Dragon will lead those people, man. He'll probably fight Garling or something. Kainu, who knows?
Yeah.
All right, let's get a couple more super chats and callers in. But I appreciate the thought process, Toby, because I haven't heard that one yet. But we got 10 gifted memberships from Broker. Thank you, Broker. I saw you in there early. I'll get you in here as soon as I can, brother. But appreciate you. Throw the Nakama fists up for Broker in the chat. That's going to get some more people in here as gifted callers. We got another 5 from Baldy Cornell. It says, thoughts on Bonnie using her abilities to give herself a Nika-like future or Emu-like future off Emu, since Luffy and Loki might struggle. I will say, if Bonnie is witnessing Luffy and Loki struggling, she might begin to doubt a little bit, and that doubt could lead to her creating a future that doesn't help them, which I actually would enjoy seeing, because it would really reinforce the things I was just saying about us needing to have Emu impose his will, to impose his like threat to the story right now. So I would really like that. Like, I don't know how they would overcome it. It would have to be Luffy clutching, or I guess some of the other Straw Hats clutching. Maybe Vegapunk makes a sacrifice. Maybe Kuma, considering it's Bonnie, makes something happen here with his paw fruit. I don't know. But I would like to see that Emu-like future. That'd be pretty cool. But in general, I do think that I'm curious as to what an Emu-Bonnie interaction would look like. And I know I've said I want Usopp to be the one that dies, but if Oda was really trying to sweep the leg, bruh, having Emu kill Bonnie would be absolutely insane. But I don't think we get that. We got another 5 from Anthony Herrera. It says, can I get a call in, por favor? I missed y'all. Hashtag Blackbeard Gang. Hashtag StepbroLaw. Hashtag POP. Hold it down. Anthony, I don't know who you are exactly on the Discord, but text the YouTube chat what your name is. That 5 will get you in here. So we got another 5 gifted memberships from DaveyD.Oakes. Thank you, Davey. You said we missed your super chat yesterday, but I feel like we read all the super chats. I went through.
No. What you did was he did Buggy Bang Gang. And you just said Bang Bang Buggy Gang.
Oh, I read it wrong. My fault.
Misread it.
My fault.
Yeah.
Man. I'm dyslexic sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
And then we got another 10 gifted memberships from Roy Boy Stokes. Thank you so much. So the Nakama fists up. We got another 5 gifted from DaveyD.Oakes. Y'all going crazy today. And another 2 from Project Iceman. It says, brave of Emu to go down to go against God Usopp. Oh man, yo, the Usopp memes are so funny. They're so funny to me. I do kind of want it though. I'm a champion the Emu kills Usopp, and I'm a Usopp guy. But yeah, I know me. I'm about death. I'm about murder. I'm about all those things I probably shouldn't be saying on this pod right now.
And you still have to read Berserk.
Those Usopp memes were
see, man. We'll see.
The whole weekend,
Toby, we can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, as I tell you, break it up.
You good, bro. All right, let's get Broker in here, man. He was the first one I saw join the call-in streams. Broker, you there,
Hello.
bro? There we go.
I'm here.
Talk to me, man. Thank you for the gifted, bro.
Oh, that's a pleasure as always. How's everyone? Everyone doing well?
I'm doing good, man. A little
Great.
tired,
Great.
but I'm all right. Excited.
Nice. I'm trying to work out what to talk about tonight. It's either a theory that I've talked about before, but on the other pod. But obviously now that many chapters have happened since then, I was thinking of going over it, especially what happened in the last chapter. Or another one is about almost like a what if scenario that could still turn out to be true about MarineFord. So I'll let you choose.
You sparked my interest with the MarineFord what if, I'm not gonna lie. I love me some MarineFord. I know you've had harsh words for MarineFord, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Broker.
Yes. So I know I'm gonna get hate for it. I still don't rate it that much for an arc, really. And the people that I think rate it more include Impel Down in that arc. I don't include Impel Down in that. To me, MarineFord is when they're at MarineFord.
Okay, well, talk to me.
Hey, I'm with you, bro. You're not alone.
Thank
I'm
you.
with you.
Thank you. Right. Yeah. So, I know it's going to upset people. I just want to get your thoughts. Okay. What would you think if? So we know that Kaido was on his way to MarineFord before Shanks got in the way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel about if we find out that the reason he was going was to help Ace, not to cause trouble with Whitebeard? And the reason is that after obviously we know in the flashback that Ace went to Wano to look for Kaido, and that he made friends, probably more than friends, with Yamato, and left the broken damaged dragon there. How would you feel about? So we know that Kaido did have some form of like verbal relationship with Yamato. Like they obviously weren't close, but they still talked. Like when Yamato was being sent for at back in Wano, it wasn't like that had never happened before, that they didn't to time together. And that if you're Kaido, and we know that Kaido's biggest thing is that he wanted to meet Joy Boy one day. If you just found out that the same time as everyone else with the broadcast that Ace is the son of Roger, and you know that your daughter is, pretty,
you can say it,
infatuated with. I'm trying not to upset people.
She in heat for Ace, dog. I got you.
We know that, but everyone else disagrees.
It's okay,
He's
Toby.
with me, bro.
Your girl going, bro. It's okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, no, Ace is the thing of the past.
Well, he's dead. Yeah, he is literally a thing of the past. I don't think you've got to worry about him as competition.
So, he still do.
She with a real one now.
She still do because Yamato loyal like that.
That's true. Yeah, she'll die alone. It's fine.
You over here fighting ghosts, man.
Yeah, she'll die alone.
That's the one fight you ain't winning, Toby. That's the one fight you ain't winning.
Broker, I'm sorry. Continue.
So if you were Kaido and you just found out who this person was, you're going to think either Ace could be Joy Boy, in which case you want to meet him anyway, but failing that, your child and the child of Gold Roger having a child together, your grandchild, that's a very, very good candidate for Joy Boy. And what I think would be especially interesting about this is similar to how events that have been happening recently with Shanks, the things that have happened, if Luffy were to find out about them, he definitely wouldn't be happy. So he won't be happy that Kid is dead, presumed dead. He wouldn't be happy that one of his Grand Fleet captains, Bartolomeo, he's presumed dead, and both of them were taken out by Shanks and the Redhead pirates. Just adding that extra thing of, if Shanks wouldn't have got involved, Ace definitely would be alive. Because if you've got both the Whitebeard pirates and Kaido and King, because that was the two that were on their way, if they were to have fought, then the world government wouldn't have stood a chance. I don't care who was there.
Well, depends on if there's an Abyss Circle, I guess, at MarineFord. Because if it goes too far left, we could make it happen, But
no, even then, you could send all of the Gurusei. I still don't think they'd win. I really don't. But I don't rate the Gurusei. I think the Gurusei are just a bunch of frauds, to be honest.
I did more so mean if Imu popped up, but I get you. So in your thought process, because you went to Kaido trying to either have Ace join his crew through marrying Yamato or have Yamato and Ace have a child.
So what's Ace's name? Ace. What's the top of the deck of cards? What's above King and Queen and Jack? It's Ace.
Yeah.
So he fits there as well.
I like it. I know we talked in the past about whether Yamato made a deal with Kaido to say something along the lines of, "Oh, if you rescue Ace, I'll join you," because she didn't want Ace to die. I kind of like Kaido being more in control here than that. You know, with more knowledge about Joy Boy and just in general saying either that kid who's Roger's son is Joy Boy or we can make Joy Boy.
Exactly.
That's kind of interesting to me. I don't know. It's like a fun. It's fun. It's like you want the best for your daughter. You know.
Of course you do. And who's better than the King of the Pirates kid?
It's just so funny that we've had this like conversation as to how bad a father Kaido is, but every time we talk about him, there's like a semblance of like, well, maybe he's not too bad. He's a terrible father, guys. Terrible father.
Yeah. Oh no. In the One Piece world, he's pretty average, maybe even above average. We're talking bad fathers. Yasop to me still has that.
Yeah, I was literally about to say. Yasop.
Yasop is still hold on. Yasop's a much better father than Kaido is.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm not only going to abandon my child, but even though I know my wife, his only parent, is dying and then dead, I'm still not going to go back. Not even to check in and say hi.
He had the village. Listen, Kaido actively starved and tortured his daughter. What are we talking about?
It's worse because remember, Yasop wasn't out like thousands of miles away in the New World. He was right next door in Fuchsia Village.
Oh no, he's trash.
Door.
Listen. I'm not saying Yasop's a good father. I'm saying he's objectively a better father than Kaido is.
No.
Being an absentee father is one thing, right? Being an absentee father, you're trash. Being an actual physical, I fought her. I've tortured her. I've imprisoned her. I've starved her for years. There's no way.
Like, Yasop had no way of knowing that anyone would have even taken care of Usopp after his mum died. No way of knowing. None at all. You're saying, oh, don't worry, he had the village. Yasop didn't know that. As far as Yasop was aware, oh, that's it, my wife's dead. There, my son, what is he, about 4 years old? He'll be fine.
Bro, they said Kaido put her on timeout. Come on, guys. We're not going to minimize how terrible Kaido treated Yamato. Yamato.
Kaido bad. Kaido definitely bad. Definitely.
Worse than Yasop, Broker.
Way
worse. Gosh.
Way worse. Way worse. I would rather have OJ as my father than Yasop.
Oh my gosh. This is wild, bro.
I would have helped him move the body, put it that way.
This is crazy work. I'm not gonna lie, this is crazy.
This is worse than Larry saying Usopp's mom was worse than Big Mom or whatever he was saying. Oh well, my god.
No,
at least.
No, did he say Usopp's mom was worse than Judge?
Yeah, bro.
It was something like that, bro. That was disgusting too, bro. Yo, wilding, bro.
Oh, so Larry, what do you think about Broker's what if? Like, what if Kaido was going to do that and make the Ace Yamato thing happen?
Anything to keep Ace alive is allowed.
Oh my god, bro. I can't with y'all.
Yeah, bro.
I can't.
I would rather have baby Ace than Sabo. But I'd rather have a lot of things than Sabo.
I'd probably agree with that.
I'd rather have Yasop as a father than Sabo.
Yasop as a dad isn't so bad. He's just not there. Like, you can deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can.
No.
Like, a lot of people don't have dads, bro.
Yeah, but not a lot of people's dads left them abandoned knowing their wife was dying, because that was a slow death too. Wasn't like she fell down the stairs. This was a slow, painful death.
Broker, I hate to break it to you, but it's probably more than you think. Honestly.
I didn't want to say that, because if I say that, then I sound bad. If you say that, it's fine.
It's probably a lot more than you think, man. Guys have abandoned children for all number of reasons. Sick moms, Hey, man.
Damn, that's cold.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's probably not one of the worst ones.
Listen,
Yeah, I was gonna
man,
say.
just saying.
Oh dear.
But Broker.
Maybe if their kids weren't such disappointments, eh?
Oh my gosh, the Usopp slander. You think Usopp dies in Elbaf, Broker, or no? Before I
No,
let you
not in
down.
Elbaf. No, not in Elbaf, but definitely at the end of the story. I've told you this before, where Brook gives up his life so Usopp can live again.
Okay. Well, they're joined together now at the hip. So
Yes, but it's too soon for Brook to die. That's all. If this was right near the end, then yeah, I'd be 100% with you. But
I don't know. We're getting more Brook lore. That normally doesn't help.
Yeah, but we already need one more Straw Hat pirate in order to make it the 1v1s with the Blackbeard pirates. If we lose another one, then we've got to go, oh, for goodness sake, now we need 2.
Let's get Bonnie in there. We're good.
Hey man,
No.
get Yamcha back up.
God, I hate
do it.
Bonnie. I hate Bonnie so much.
Okay.
What?
Broker, stick around. I
Okay,
might swing you
Bonnie's-
back for another call, though, all right?
Yeah, sounds good. All right, catch you back.
Hating Bonnie is wild. I should have kept him in here just to explain that one. Honestly. All right.
What's that about?
I mean, I definitely killed off Bonnie earlier in this call, so I can't really talk. We did get another 5 from Zoro Sharingan. It says, "Hey, I'm Taco in Discord. I could join. It's not letting me get a membership on the Discord." Okay, let me drag Taco up. I know I dragged him up already a little earlier. Taco, you there?
Hey,
All right, what's going on, man? Do you prefer Taco or Zoro Sharingan? Which do you prefer?
Taco is probably better to say.
Okay, all
I
right,
just
cool.
said that name as a meme. But
Hey,
yeah,
before you start, real quick, what was the issue you were having with the Discord thing?
yeah, I would go to the link, like the mod said, go to the link in the Discord, and then I would choose whatever membership, and it wouldn't be pulling it up. It wouldn't load the page. I tried like going on different browsers, bringing the same address to different browsers, and it still didn't like load the page. Maybe you just put out a new link in the Discord with it. Maybe it's just the old link. I'm not too sure. I'm not tech savvy at all. You guys are better at that than me.
We'll
I'll try
look
doing
into
stuff.
it. Yeah, thank you, Twilight. All right,
Yeah, sure.
Taco, talk to me, man. What's going on?
All right, my first theory. You know how in Wano, Tama gets kidnapped, and then Luffy does the big, Red Hawk to knock him out, and that kind of like is what he did to Kaido. It's like foreshadowing. So when they're in the cage, I think it's foreshadowing for like how Emo created the whole One Piece world, the Red Line, basically everything, and maybe used the One Piece, maybe didn't, but everything was like is Emu's playpen. And then it's funny because Nami's supposed to have the last shot on Emo, then with the lightning. But and then my other theory is I already forgot it. Shoot. But yeah, just that with I don't think Usopp is dying this arc. Definitely not. Oh, my other theory is Throw a Bark is. I think this is going to be like resemblance of Throw a Bark a lot. Like they're not going to defeat Emu here, obviously not. But it's kind of be like one of those things where like Moria had a lot of like his emotions just came over him, and like he could have beat Luffy if he just used his shadow, but he was using all this other stuff and filling himself up with power that just lost him. I think it'll probably be more of like a time thing with Emu here. Like, kind of like how the Gorosei got transported after too much Haki. Like, she'll just go transported back, like, once she's, like, it's finished in Elbaf. It definitely won't be, like, the end of Emu, obviously.
Okay. Now I do want to circle back because I didn't fully understand the Nami lightning strike on Emu. Can you elaborate on that? I wasn't fully understanding what you meant by that.
Like, right after in 111, when Nami, when they're escaping, Nami's the one, I forget the character's name, thinks that
Oh,
he's the sun
Roto.
god.
Roto. Okay.
She's the one that finally knocks Roto out. And that little arc is just like how he had a little arc in Wano, where Luffy that has no correlation to the story, and it's kind of just foreshadowing for what happens in the arc.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So would that mean Nami or would it mean Loki? Like, would it just not? Would it not have meant like somebody with lightning? Or do you think
I think
Nami?
that's true, because it could just symbolize the lightning because Loki's not there. Loki probably will do it, but it definitely will be lightning. For sure. And obviously it's gonna be Luffy and Loki. It won't be like how Throw a Bark, like the entire crew. I mean, it'll be a joint effort for sure, but it won't be like just like a 2v1 type thing. Like people are gonna be throwing their punches, and Imu's gonna get it lick back on Usopp, and then people are gonna think he's gonna die. He's not dying yet. Definitely not.
Okay. All right. No, that's interesting. That's interesting. The lightning piece there. But all right. I also like the correlation between Moria, the second part, the Moria and Imu. I haven't seen a lot of people say that per se, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think Usopp definitely is going to be like, he's going to show he's not afraid of death, and he's going to be close to death.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not his dream, is to die as a warrior. Like, the fighting is like showing that you don't fear death and you fight to the death. That's kind of like what a warrior of Elbath actually is. You don't have to die to be a warrior of Elbath.
Right. Okay. Well, Taco, I appreciate the call. I appreciate the donations, man, getting yourself in here.
Yeah.
Check in with one of the mods. I know Twilight's going to do some research on how to fix whatever your issue is exactly. It might be a link situation. I know we've had some link problems in the past, but appreciate it, man.
Yeah, appreciate you. Keep it going.
Yeah, Taco.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. We did have a couple super chats come in. I think we got 2 back-to-back 5 gifted memberships from DaveyD.Oakes. So thank you so much, Davey. Throw the Nakama fist up. That should get a couple more potential callers in. I think I see DaveyD.Oakes in the call waiting, so I'm going to drag him up now, and then we're going to get some more of the Yonkos. But Davey, you there? I saw him jump off mute. Davey, you there?
Yeah, no, he was saying he's got.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
Not much. I got to pull this up because it's a theory that me and my friend were crafting at work, and I got to shout him out too.
Okay.
But I got to pull it up quick.
What's the theory called?
In the chats. So I guess you would call it the first devil fruit.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what we hadn't talked about calling it anything, but
you're good.
So I've got 2 texts that kind of compile what we were talking about. If there's something that's missing and y'all have questions, ask it and I should be able to answer, but he's also in chat too. So
okay. What's your friend's name?
All right. It's I Smoke IGBO.
Okay.
In the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna read what he said to me in the text before he put it in the chat in the Discord in the theories, or in the this was in the spoilers. This was before the actual chapter had come out. But Imu's ability could possibly or potentially be the first devil fruit ability in verse. In the first world, there could have been oppression under this devil fruit user, which caused the need for there to be no true kings. However, the oppression brought it with people of different backgrounds, dreaming up various god-tier fruits that came to be. With the death of this first user, due to them potentially not getting the OP surgery, because what we're saying this first fruit user was Imu's fruit, but it wasn't Imu. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we move on to the next world. In the second world, Imu at some point gains this devil fruit and once again rises to power. The various gods didn't work together. However, the various gods didn't work together to defeat Imu and instead lost the battle, moving us to where there's the various god tier fruit users, which were like people that were being oppressed prayed and wished their desires to create these god tier fruits. So once these god tier fruits are created and they fought Imu, but they didn't fight together and they lost, Imu made it so that the world was less oppressive, but still oppressive at the same time. It just wasn't as visibly oppressive. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like you're all slaves. It's like there's some people above you that are not slaves. And so that dives into hang on, I'm trying to reread the second part of this message. What we're kind of getting at is that Imu's ability is probably the first devil fruit imagined. The god tier fruits came after to counteract Imu's fruit. And then all of the rest of the devil fruits were kind of like what people wished and dreamed when they kind of had some freedom. So it wasn't like, we're so oppressed, we need this god to come down and save us. It's like, man, I wish I was a giraffe. I wish I was taller. Or I wish, you know what I mean? I wish I could like perform surgeries without actually performing surgery. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of just all devil fruits are stemmed from Imu's devil fruit because of the oppression that Imu's devil fruit caused on the people.
Now, are you saying all devil fruits are just the strongest ones? Or the god
All
fruits specifically?
eventually, but the god tier fruits were directly a result of Imu's fruit.
Right.
The rest of them came after when people were more settled and they could farm their own land and do their own thing, you know, live their own life. But the first four that I'm talking of, specifically the four gods that are mentioned in the Harley text, came directly from Imu's devil fruit, and that's how they're able to counteract them and not be Domi reversing.
Okay. Okay. And you said you had two theories? Or two texts?
Well, there's a second message. Hang on. So it ties into kind of the same thing that I just said. Imu's ability could potentially be the first devil fruit ability in the verse. In the first world, there could have been oppression under the devil fruit user, which caused the need for there to be no true kings. However, and the no true kings thing is what pops up when we bring the 20 kingdoms into theory. Because in the first world, it's kind of likely that it was ruled by one person, and we don't know if that was Davy or someone else. It's very weird on what Davy actually ruled. But which caused there to be no true kings. However, the oppression brought with it people of different backgrounds dreaming up various god tier fruits that came to be. With the death of this first user, not having the op-up surgery, we move on to the next world. The second world, Imu at some point gains this devil fruit and once again rises to power. However, the various gods didn't work together. Yeah, so okay, yeah. The second text was what I was saying. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay. I just wanted clarification. I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
In the terms of it's like a cycle where obviously Imu doesn't seemingly have the first devil fruit, but his fruit is like seemingly all powerful. But somebody had to dream it, or it's possible somebody had it before him. That notion I hadn't had before. You know, that somebody had this fruit before Imu did. That's interesting.
I kind of think someone in the original first world wanted to rule and oppress everybody so bad that their desires became that fruit. And that fruit encompasses more than one devil fruit ability. Like it's seemingly like Big Mom, it's seemingly like Brooke, or you know, it's got multiple layers to it. It seems like more than one devil fruit.
I see. Question I have or piece I have towards that is, I mean, there's a possibility that the original user might not have used it in terms of like for oppression, and Davy Jones could have been the original wielder of that fruit. And also leads reasons why Imu hates Davy Jones so much, because they were jealous of him and ultimately ended up possibly killing him to get it. Said, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. We don't know if Davy Jones was a good or a bad guy.
We don't.
Well, they always say good and evil's always from the point of the people on the opposite end.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like, if you go based off of the history of One Piece in general, Davy Jones was probably a decent dude and was framed as a devil or some sort of evil figure in the way that Doflamingo framed Riku as such, the way that Crocodile was trying to frame Nefertari Cobra as such.
Cobra, yeah.
You know, it's just kind of how
Rox is a good
Rock's
example.
another one. Yeah.
In the
Yeah.
actual essential lineage.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more about the devil fruits. What we're talking about is more about the devil fruit causing the other devil fruits to be born as a direct counter to that devil fruit. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, do you think that's intentional by Imu or the person before him, or do you think it's just a causation?
Probably causation. They probably didn't think that far ahead. You know what I mean?
I would say based off of what's happening in the modern time and Imu's reaction, like he said, all this is preordained and he's trying to take action against it. I don't think he intentionally created these fruits that would come up against him or anything. Like he's just seeing it. It's like, okay, this is what the results are. If I take this action, this is the action that happens afterward. If I take this action, this has happened. Like in general, like we were getting into a whole debate about Rox and Roger, but like in general, if he would have taken action against Roger earlier, who knows how that would have impacted Rox, and the causation of that might have changed how Rox's story changes and what he ends up trying to find in the end. You know what I mean? Like, does Rox then change his pursuit to the One Piece because Roger got taken out? Like, we don't know exactly how people do things.
I don't think Rox would do that. I think Rox had a clear-cut plan the whole time.
Yeah, probably.
I believe in the two-piece. I believe in the two-piece theory. Fucking. Oh, sorry. But I believe that Rox had some kind of guidelines for a way to counteract Imu. I believe Roger, when he found the laugh tail, figured out a way to counteract Imu and realized he didn't have that. Like, he didn't have that devil fruit. And I think the whole reason Rox was looking for 2 devil fruits was because he knew he needed them to fight Imu, and he got caught beforehand.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get into the who's stronger debate, but I believe one had a plan and one was just going on his own, like, free will. You know what I mean? And discovered along the way. Oh man, if I want to do it,
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But Davey, I want to say I appreciate all the donations you've been giving, man. You've been going crazy on YouTube, man. Thank you so much. You've donated like,
no problem, bro.
Larry, I don't know how many $5, $10, $20, 20 gifted memberships we've gotten from Davey over the past couple of weeks, but thank you so much, man. Truly.
Davey's our boy, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you, brother.
I didn't start interacting until about a month ago, and then I started. I used to listen to y'all just at work and stuff, but I started catching the lives.
But yeah, man, I definitely appreciate it all. If you want a guaranteed spot in these call-in streams without having to like donate your way in, become a tiered member on the Discord server, or keep doing what you're doing. That'll definitely get our attention to get you up in here, bro. So thank you.
Something's working.
Well, before you go, Davey, I just want to say I love the fact that you're helping your boy, because I don't know why he didn't do it himself, but the fact that you helped him out and brought it here, I just want to thank you for that. Because I feel like if more of the community helped one another out the same way you just did, brother, that's amazing, bro. Beautiful energy, dog.
No, that's my bro, and y'all are all my bros too. I love this community.
W mans, bro. I really like that about you.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah, but y'all have a good night. I'm gonna be watching, so I'll be here.
Appreciate you, brother.
See you later, Dave.
Oh, my bad. Oh.
Wait, so who's this man?
He said, I smoke Igbo, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, he's in chat right now.
Cool.
They hit me up in the Discord last week about this theory, what I thought, and I was like, it's a fire theory.
All right. Okay. We got another couple super chats that came in while we were on that call. So thank you, DaveyD.Oakes. We got 5 from Anthony Herrera. It says, trying to get a call in, name's StepbroLaw. Yeah, man, I dragged you up earlier and then you disappeared. And then you disappeared again. Anthony, what's up, bro? All right, I got
Yeah,
you, bro. I got you, bro.
Yeah, he went back in.
I see him in the call waiting again. We got another 5 from the Hunt. It says, "What's up, Topt? I have a small theory regarding God Valley and Vegapunk. Nothing crazy, but would love to share. Hope I can call in today." Hunt, I'm pretty sure I dragged you up a little earlier. And then another 5 from Project Iceman. "Do you think Emu's fruit is based off the fruit of knowledge from the Bible, the one Adam and Eve ate?" That would be a nice touch. That'd be a nice little twist there. Very interesting. I know there was a lot of conversation about the Bible and Emu's reference to the devil yesterday, and has been a prevalent conversation for a while now in the community. The devil is regarded to as a big serpent, giant serpent, in a lot of the texts of the Bible. People have correlated that to maybe the red line, maybe a awakened version of what Emu's fruit looks like. Who knows? But I definitely see it. I definitely can see it. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up yesterday with my whole theory regarding like the Bible saying an emu, but I didn't think it fit, so I didn't say it.
Or we barely had time yesterday, bro. So it was running out of space, bro.
4 hours is getting to be not enough time.
We'll see, bro. All right, let's get Anthony
Wait,
Herrera in here. Oh, what's
Hold
up?
on. You know what's funny about that though? So because Adam and Eve did eat a fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they were susceptible to dying afterward. God had given them eternal life. And the fact was, as soon as they were specifically told, well, Adam was specifically told, do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And once they ended up doing that, their eyes opened once they ate the fruit. Eve ate it, then Adam ate it, and then they were susceptible to dying. Then they felt shame. Then they felt like all this, and that. And God questioned them, knowing that they did it already, why they chose another path. You know what I'm saying? And they were basically like, well, the serpent tempted us and told us we could do this, and we would be like you, right? So they were now susceptible to dying. So now you see Emu. And if Emu did eat this fruit, look at Emu's health now. So even though they're constantly probably dying for like the 900 to 800 years they've been alive, it's like Emu has both sides of it. They're always dying, but they're always living.
Eternal
So it's like
torment.
eternal suffering.
Good. Not forget that Emu's still a douche, bro. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get one of the callers that have been here for a little bit in Sunnit. Sunnit, you there? Oh man. Sunnit going once. Sunnit going twice. We'll have to drop Summit, man. Sorry, dog. Let me know when you're ready. All right, next, let's get Diamond in here. Diamond, you there?
Oh, hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
How y'all doing today?
Good, brother. Good.
What's up, bro?
Damn. I was gonna ask you guys something, but I low-key forgot already.
Terrible, man.
Well, I have some stuff, but it was like, it's kind of like just a yap session. There's nothing like, no theory, no crap talking, maybe a little bit. But have y'all ever seen Blade of the Tempest? It's like
I don't think
like
so.
a 2010 anime.
I don't think so, no.
Pretty much why I'm bringing it up is because it's like an anime where like the MC is helping this like person who's like connected to like the world tree and like their universe, like help like run away from an organization. And pretty much like I'm gonna be paraphrasing because it's been like years since I watched it, but it reminded me of what you guys were talking about of like Fate when Emu was talking with the Gorosei. that it was like an interesting conversation in the anime, if I remember correctly. But if I'm not, then this is all headcanon. But pretty much this witch was connected to the tree. Like everything seems to be going well for her, as if it's fate, like it's destined to happen. But then one of the oppositions, who used to be like a former subordinate, like asked her a question that kind of like made her conflicted. Is like, is fate really going your way, or is fate bending to your will? Because the tree is pretty much like controls the fate of the world, like everything's supposed to go as it goes. But since she's connected to it, does that mean that everything's going her way because it was like already predetermined, or is just like positioning itself for like she could be favored? And that's what like it came to mind when you guys started talking about it in the pod yesterday, which was like a pretty interesting conversation.
So how did it end up working
But
out
that's
in
all.
that series? Like, how did they come to the conclusion? Like, what was her answer to
So
that?
pretty much, the premise of the anime is MC's best friend's sister gets killed. So the best friend comes back with like magic to try to help the witch, because the witch could track down the magic. But what the best friend doesn't know is the MC and the sister dated. And the witch is on an island communicating through like some artifact, and the organization is hunting them down because they want to get her. But what's crazy is like it's gonna be a spoiler warning, but like I don't think anyone's dying to watch this or whatever. But she's actually
Wait.
communicating with them. Yeah,
No, the anime you're talking about, are you talking about Blast of Tempest?
is it Blast? I thought it was Blade.
Yeah, it looks like Blast of Tempest is the name.
Oh, Blast of Tempest. Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a throwback. I continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, but so like Twilight, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the witch is actually a couple years in the past. So everything that's going on is like is like it's been moving for years now. So even though she thinks everyone kind of switched up on her, it's like she disappeared, and for years the organization is like moving on and trying to like find her and secure like the balance of the world, or some BS like that, because it's been like years. But pretty much what ended up happening is they ended up finding out that it's I don't think it's been revealed what the answer to that question is, if it was like fate was moving in her favor, or fate was just moving accordingly without any outside interference. But pretty much it's like there's some whole like other thing going on where like there's some witch, evil witch, that turns out to be the sister that got killed, and then the person who killed her was herself. There's like a whole lot of stuff going on. But I just wanted to bring up like that part of the anime, where it's like it's like, because it got me thinking of Blackbeard and like Luffy, because they're like two sides of the same coin, kind of reaching towards the same goal. Is like fate going where they're eventually going to like meet at the end, maybe at like Laugh Hill or whatever? Or is it like Luffy, like fate is going into his favor, while like Blackbeard is like everything's working out for him without like any interference, or like vice versa? So that's what I wanted to ask. Like, do you guys think for like Luffy and Blackbeard, is one's fate like already like predetermined? Like they're gonna end up eventually be like reaching the One Piece, or becoming king of the pirates or king of the world? Or is the other like fate going into their favor? Because there's like examples for both, where like Blackbeard is about to give up on his dream, and then a crewmate Thatch finds a Yami, and then we got like stuff for Luffy, where pretty much like when he's about to pass or he's about to lose, like he either wills himself to overcome, like he did versus Lucci with the help of Usopp, or like Dragon coming in to help him from Smoker, or lightning bolt with Buggy, like all this stuff. So I just wanted to ask, what do you guys think? Which of the two is like going the path of fate, or which one is like bending fate to their will so they could like succeed in what they're trying to do?
It's funny because I would say Luffy is bending fate to his will, while Blackbeard's more reactionary. But it's funny because Luffy doesn't think of fate at all, and Blackbeard's entire worldview is predicated on it. So it's kind of funny in that way, where it's like Blackbeard's taking the reins in pockets when he can, while Luffy's actively just living life normally and bending the world to him because he just is, like he's an embodied spirit of just freedom at all times. So it's like it's like both things are happening in conjunction with one another and in inverse in terms of what they actually believe or what they view for the world itself. Does that make sense? So like, how do I say this? Like I put my whole theory out about the belief in Davy Jones and fate and the world owing you something. Like that's something that exists for Blackbeard. It's part of his worldview. It's important to him. But he still shies away from contact in situations that he doesn't believe he can win. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's actively not bending fate to his will, but he's reactionary to it. While Luffy will see the same situation that Blackbeard's in and go headstrong towards it because it doesn't matter to him. So he's actively bending fate to his will. So I liked what Larry had to say yesterday about collective conscious or collective belief in something impacting like the world itself in a fateful way. I don't know if that will be the case, but I kind of like that as a way to tie them both together permanently. I don't know. It's really, I don't want to say it's too early to tell because we're 1,000+ chapters in, but it'll really, the end, like how this ends will kind of tell us which way Oda wanted to go with it, because both things could still be true, right? Where it's not fate, it's just you attacking it. But I've always kind of viewed it, and I mentioned it last night about, so I mentioned the Future Sight conversation on Whole Cake, where it was a whole subplot or sub context of the story that yes, the future can be seen and predicted by so-and-so, but if your willpower is strong enough, if you're aggressive enough, if you believe in yourself enough, you can technically change the future. And I think even Imu right now is talking about things being preordained, but he's taking action that seemingly is against the grain of that preordained expectation of him, where he's taking action to go to Elbaf himself. I don't think that's preordained. I don't think that's predetermined. He's going, hey, I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm going to be here anyway to change the playbook, the script, what's supposed to happen. I'm going to take action to change it myself. So it's not even just Luffy and Blackbeard. It's also other outside forces. It's the Emus of the world. Anybody can play a role in changing the outcome of the world, the fate of the world, this predetermined outcome. So I'll probably lean more heavily into that part of it because I think it tells a better message for what One Piece is or what it's been about for so long. I know with murals and multiple worlds and reincarnation and all these things can seem fated and predetermined, but at the end of the day, the show is about, hey, go follow your dreams no matter what. It doesn't need to be like, oh, I was predestined to do this thing. I think that's part of the reason why a Blackbeard is important as a character, because in no other story would he be rising up in this way. He's not the strongest. He's not the most cunning. He just goes after it in the ways that he can, in the pockets that he can. Luffy wasn't supposed to be Joy Boy. Technically, he was supposed to be Ace to most people's knowledge at this point, but he's still here. So I think I'll lean more heavily to that side of the fence.
Okay, and then I just have like a follow-up. Like, what do you think Shanks' role in this whole thing is? Because you could look at it as like Ace being a Joybay candidate, but also you can do the same for Shanks, because I guess he'll live during because I guess the time we're in right now is like the time of change where like the whole world's gonna like flip on its head with like eventually Imu's gonna end up losing. The world's gonna be free, so Shanks will be active. He's we're not 100% sure what race his mother was, but most likely a Davy if she was living at Gut Valley. So he's like half a celestial dragon, half Davy, and usually in like other like shonens, that's kind of like the prerequisite of being the chosen one. You know, it's like the two halves of like the forces of good and evil, like forming into one. Like so, I guess my question would be: do you think Shanks, the way he's moving, is to make sure fate stays on track? Because if we look at the times he's intervened in the story, the first time was sacrificing his arm for Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that kind of maybe there was a future where he ended up becoming a Gorosei member eventually, like the Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights. And then the second time, I think it's Marineford, where he stops Kaido from going. Because the way I see it is like the OG Yonko, and like Rocks, Roger, they're all kind of anomalies that weren't supposed to happen. So I think like, you know, he stopped Kaido from going. And then he also pulled up on Wano to stop Green Bull from acting, to maybe like protect Luffy because he's eventually supposed to be the one to stop Imu. And then even the thing with like Barto and Kid, because even though it's not this to the same extent, but Barto and Kid both were attacking Shanks and his fleet, like, or territory or whatever. And like with Kid, he kind of put him down quickly, like took the road poneglyphs, and the giants ended up destroying his ship. While with Barto, he, for I don't know why, to test Luffy's like allies' loyalty, but for Barto, he like beat him up, tied him up, and he was like, "All right, here's some poison. Like, we're gonna give you like a certain amount of time to give it to Luffy." And then, you know, Barto ended up taking it, but it was fake. And then Yasop ended up destroying the ship anyways. So I just like, I want to ask, like, what do you think Shanks' role in the story is? Do you think he knows that? I mean, I think he does know, because the sudden switch up after Roger's death and the Roger pirates like disbanded. But do you think he's acting as a way to make sure the world goes on its right course, where it'll end up becoming the happily ever after, where everyone, all the good guys win at the end? Or do you think he's making sure fate is going towards Luffy's favor, where he doesn't like pass in Marineford or like in Wano, or maybe like Kid or Barto end up messing up somehow in the future, and like he's preventing all that from happening?
Right. I would say for Shanks's role in the story as a whole is to make sure that Roger's will is passed along and fulfilled, right? The One Piece is found. His choice for who Joy Boy can be or should be, the person he bet the error on, was Luffy. So he's been acting in a way to, you know, not so much ensure his wager was correct, but just kind of see it progress along, right? Like don't stuff out this light too early, right? If Luffy wasn't able to make it to this point, then he just bet on the wrong guy. It is what it is. He wasn't going to actively put Luffy on his crew and protect him and guide him. He still needed to be his own pirate captain. He still needed to see the world for himself and react, right? He's still putting the wager in himself. So Luffy has to take these actions himself. Shanks can't be there to hold his hand and protect him the whole way. But as far as his role in the story, it is still, hey, this is who I'm betting on to fulfill this dream, to find the One Piece and change the world, to be Joy Boy. How much he knows, it's hard to say. He seemingly knows much more than I originally anticipated, which is cool. But I don't like the notion that Shanks knows the true history. You know what I mean? I mean, it's possible. It's even likely at this point. But I don't know. I would prefer he doesn't know everything. And then beyond that, his role in the story going forward is to be an inspiration for Luffy. So he already is that, but I still need him to die. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him in the final war fighting alongside Luffy and doing all this. I need him to die for the plot. You know what I mean? He's still the bridge between two generations, and bridges are made to be passed, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The way I see it is he ends up getting Dami reverse. He didn't know if he has to put him down. If the theory of the Dami reverse could only work on non-devil fruit users, because they're not already inhabited by like a devil, quote unquote. I'm just saying it could happen.
Could. All right, Diamond, I'm gonna drop you there to get another caller in, but I appreciate the call, man.
I appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
Too.
Go on, bro.
All right, let me get StepbroLaw in here, because for whatever reason, he can't just stay in the call only stream voice channel. StepbroLaw. He ain't even here. I dragged him up. He ain't even here.
Where you at, bro?
There we go. There we go. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Chilling. Anthony, what's up, bro? Why you keep dropping out of the channel you supposed to be in, man?
Bro, my bad. I'm driving to work. Donating twice. Doing good charity work. Picking my boy. Nah, it's all good though. You're doing good work. My fault. But anyways, back to the greedy grits. How do y'all feel about Imu's reveal, honestly? Because, don't get me wrong, I'm down with it. But I feel like there's so many different ways that it could change, the One Piece narrative through either a positive or a negative way. I just want to know how y'all really feel. Post chapter credit scenes, I need to know how y'all really feel about Imu's reveal and how could it go towards from now on right now.
I loved it. I love the stakes that it increased on for Elbaf. I love the notion that we could be going towards a much darker result here. I love that. I love when villains take action in general. I'll say that. That's something I think Larry highlighted it last night. But in general, when Thanos said, fine, I'll do it myself, I was hyped, and then I was disappointed when he didn't actually act on screen for a few years. But when Thanos actively was putting the pause on Thor and them, and you know what I'm saying, destroying people, I love seeing it. So I want to see the dudes act in that way. I want to see them inflicting their power onto the world. I want to see the stakes. I want to see the actual threat level. So I love that. And then in terms of his design, it raised so many questions and sparked so many theories as to what is he exactly? Is he even human? Is he from Earth at all? Is he male or female? Every question was still sparked. So I don't think there's any real negatives to it other than the potential that people has been rising up about him potentially not being the final villain if he's going to show out so soon. I don't know if I subscribe to that per se. That would be my only potential drawback. I think in general, I would prefer Imu to be the final villain. I just know I need to see Luffy and Blackbeard fight at some point. So that's my only real worry. That if Imu doesn't end up being the final villain, I think that could be lackluster in terms of how much he's actually done to this point for him to have a weaker ending. You know what I mean?
Right. See, what I want from Imu is I want that Madara, from Naruto, Shippuden, where how he just nothing but hands, show the abilities later. That's what I want from Imu. I just don't want Imu to get be dealt with in one arc in Elbaf, and then now we got to figure out who's the next bad, or even him being rushed like Khaleesi's and Game of Thrones. I just rewatched Game of Thrones again, and I forgot how the ending was just so rushed. It's not bad, but it was just so rushed. I don't want Imu to get rushed. You feel me?
Yeah, I think Oda's taking his time with Imu though. I don't think we'll have a rushed feeling. It took 900 chapters for him to be revealed, and in general, I thought the reveal was a genius idea because the threat and the looming threat of the world government has been elevated for so long over the course of the first 1,000 chapters of the series that the existence of an Emu always made sense. We just never knew the face of this person. We're just now finally getting the actual face of the king of the world. But like a king of the world that dominated in the same way that the world government has been doing always made sense, right? So I think I have faith in Oda to land Emu correctly. I don't know if he'll be able to surpass Madara levels of hype or impression on the world. That'll be tough to do. I don't know how he can do that per se. I guess we'll see.
Right.
But I don't know. I'm excited for Emu though, man. Larry, I'll pass it to you. I know you were hyped about seeing Emu. I don't know what your thoughts are on this one, if you're even still around.
Yeah, man. Listen, bro. It's hard to compete with Madara. That was the boy. But to go back to your Game of Thrones perspective, I will say Game of Thrones and One Piece ain't that different. Them White Walkers, that White King, whatever his name was, the fact that he showed up and did what he did and then easily got one shot was the most disappointing part of Game of Thrones season 8. All right. If that's all it took to defeat old boy, then this really wasn't an issue from jump. All right. It was underwhelming. And that better not happen with Emu. And that's one of my worries because he is sickly. So I hope at least that he can make a big enough impact where he amounts to that person that's on the mural. I need the whole world to take on Emu. I don't need them to just defeat him in Elbaf. If he's defeated in Elbaf, it's probably droppable for this series, bro.
No, see,
that's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm worried about that. That's gonna happen, but I'm putting it in faith that Oda's not gonna do that. Where you going? My bad.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, Emu's revealed to me. I'm not even gonna lie, legit brought a tear to my eye to a degree because of what it signifies for the story as like a whole. Like the fact that Emu himself is pulling up to Elbaf and now like they see the face, like they're seeing the face, like that's. I personally feel like this is the spark of the final war has officially started. Oh,
I think we lost him. He did say he was like driving. Hope he's good.
yeah. Yeah, no, I was.
But no, I feel you, Twilight. I do. Emu.
Like,
Emu. I got texts from people I haven't talked to on Discord in like months. Like, yeah, we really in the final war. Like, we're really in the climax of this. Like, it's really almost over.
I wholeheartedly believe, because I was talking with, like I was telling you before stream about the conversations I have with Kev. I was like we're really here. Like, I feel like the moment Emu pulled up, had the God Knights pull up, was the initial spark. But like we're officially like fully in the final war, because wars don't always start explosively and like going all out right off the bat. It's usually little sparks that once ignited like fully will blow into full blown warfare. And I feel like that's what Elbaf has been here in the last so and so many chapters. And Emu like fully being revealed, like the reason I say it basically brought a tear to my eyes, because like we're here. Like we're at the end of this decades-long journey.
Word. Yeah, I remember when they called Luffy a Yonko for real. How hyped me and Larry were, because it was just me and him on the stream, and I was so hyped, man. We was so hyped, man. But we here, man. We in the end game.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's around when I actually first joined the podcast. I joined the community was around that time, because it was during Wano. I want to say like 10 chapters or so after he was confirmed, or the Joy Boy reveal. And we here.
All right, we gonna get another super chat. So I'm gonna read that now, and then we'll get another couple callers in here. We got 5 from Wise Life Jody. More likely that Shanks is a descendant of Davy Jones or Joy Boy. Also, do you guys think Shanks has the voice of all things? Hashtag, I like how you do business. Hashtag, I can smell him. Hashtag, Larry tags. I would say it's more likely that he's a descendant of Davy Jones at this point. I feel like descendant of Joy Boy is a tough reach for me if you're not even a D clan member. I mean, maybe Shanks is. I mean, if he's a Davy clan member, he's a hidden D clan member at the minimum, seemingly. But yeah, I'd say more likely just come from the facts, right? Like he was born on God Valley. There was a collection of Davy clan members on God Valley. You know, it's just easier to go that route. For all we know, he's both. They did call him a child of destiny, so I guess we'll see. Another 2 from I Smoke Igbo. It says, or GBO. It says, shout out to DaveyD.Oakes. Hashtag WMans. Hashtag Larry hide the baby oil. I don't know what that's about, but all right.
Yeah, that's his
No.
friend that he.
No is wild. All right. Let's get Sunnit back in here. He says he's back. Sunnit, you there?
Yeah.
What's going on, bro? My bad. I know you said you were cooking earlier. I hope you're good.
Yeah, I was meal prepping, man. My bad. I wasn't paying attention.
You all right? Talk to me, man. You got a theory, question, rant?
Like a week or 2 ago, I had like 2 questions or a theory. So this time it's theory.
Okay.
So name the theory rubberized reality.
Okay.
So, and please tell me if I have to repeat something because I know my accent is very bad.
No, you're fine, man. I can hear you well.
But we've all seen the panel in chapter 906, Imu standing in a cold, dark vault, staring up at the massive frozen straw head. And for years, we, or should I say I, thought it was a momentum. I thought it was a grave. But if we look at the mechanics of Grave 5 revealed in chapter 1044, we realize the world government isn't preserving a relic, they are insulating a weapon. So the theory is, the straw hat is the coating of the One Piece. We've seen coating used to travel to the bottom of the sea. It's a bubble that keeps the outside world out and the inside world safe. But Joy Boy didn't use resin from Archipelago, but Joy Boy used himself. The theory is that the giant straw hat isn't made of straw at all. It is a physical manifestation of Joy Boy's awakening, rubberized and hardened into a shell. So think about the logic. We've seen Luffy turn lightning and floorboards into rubber. At the peak of his power, the original Joy Boy did the impossible. He rubberized a momentum in time. He took the truth of the Void Century, the dream of the Ancient Kingdom, and the location of the final island, and he snapped them into a conceptual bubble. This explains, in my opinion, the greatest mystery in the series. Why couldn't the world government find Lifetail in 800 years? Because Lifetail isn't on the map, it's under the map. Lifetail is a snap of Joy Boy's imagination. His awakening, he gave the island a property of extreme elasticity. He literally compressed the island into a microscopical point, a bubble, of reality that exists outside of the normal space of time. So when Roger reached the coordinates, he didn't find a physical landmass. He found the snap. He saw the story of Joy Boy, a story so ridiculous and free that he couldn't help but laugh. But Roger was also a D without the sun. He had the map, but he didn't have the right frequency. So the resonance. So why Emu keeps it frozen? This is where the horror of Emu comes in. Rubber has one major weakness. It's extreme cold. When rubber is frozen, it loses its elasticity. It becomes brittle. It stops being able to snap back. Emu keeps a giant straw hat in the freezer because the hat is like an anchor. As long as the hat is frozen, the snap of laughter remains locked away. So the rubberized concept of the 4th century cannot expand back into the world. Now, imagine the moment Luffy, the living battery of the Nika fruit, reaches Mary's jaw. The closer the awakened Nika fruit gets to the frozen Straw Hat, the more the resonance builds. Luffy's heartbeat, the drums of liberation, acts as a heater. It's a frequency that warms the rubber. So, the giant Straw Hat thaws and regains its soul. The coating around the world's secret finally pops, and then laughter snaps back into existence, expanding from a tiny point into a massive continental that shatters the red line. So, in my opinion, I think the One Piece isn't a treasure, it's a restoration of reality. It's the moment the world stops being divided and frozen by the world government and finally becomes one piece of fluid, rubberized, and free land. So, what y'all think?
Sunnit, that was amazing. Honestly, I've
Yeah, I
never.
liked it.
Yeah, that was amazing. I'm like,
Genuinely great.
so one, I love the thought process about the rubberized world and Joy Boy's awakening being frozen in time or frozen in this escape by Imu. My question would be, how did he get a hold of it in the way that he did? I don't know if you explained that specifically. And you said when Roger found this bubble, the resin, not a way to coat the ship, but another means. How would he have found? Like, he found the coordinates to the bubble itself, or I need you to elaborate a little bit on that part of it. But otherwise, I thought it was great.
Yeah, it's more like because we all saw that the log post was spinning and doing all weird things. I think he found like a tiny point of laughter, and that how can I explain this in perfect English? So he went there, the log post kept spinning. I think he found like a tiny snap of the island, and that's because I'm having a blackout. My bad.
No, you're fine.
Wait, let me scroll back. Yeah, I think so. In my opinion, I think he just found a small bubble on the island that had the story of Joybo in it, and that's why he left, and he named the last island a Laugh Tale, because he saw Joybo's memory and how free the land was, and everything how it was before the world government took over.
And that's the other piece I wanted to question or ask you. So you're saying that there was a time when the world was just rubberized entirely, and that Imu did whatever he did to create a world where it wasn't rubberized anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to think, because based off what we've seen so far, I'm not sure that we've gotten notions of the world being rubberized back in the day. But we also don't have that many peaks in like behind the curtain of the Ancient Kingdom or the time before that, or the first. Yeah, that's the only one I was thinking maybe. But I don't know.
I mean, even if it was rubberized or not, I think that moment of time is like snapped into like a small, tiny bubble.
Larry,
Yeah, that's where Luffy comes in.
Larry, do you have insight on this one? I really enjoyed it.
I just never heard of it before, so I think it's completely unique. I think it's worth thinking about. I think it seems so out of the box that I'm like trying to attach myself to it. So the more I'm listening, the more I'm liking it. Is what I'll say.
I thought, I was like thinking like every One Piece fan, like what could the One Piece be? And I think I was searching through theories that already existed, and nobody pointed this out. So I thought, hey, let me deep dive into it, take a different direction. And this is where we ended up.
No, it's very interesting, man. Very interesting.
Well, thank you. Thank you for liking it.
And yeah, and don't ever feel like we understood you perfectly fine, even with your accent. Like it didn't play any role in hearing the theory, man. I was able to understand you fine.
That's good to hear. That's always my biggest worry.
Where are you from?
I'm from Holland.
Holland? Wow.
Holland, the land of
Shout out to Holland, man.
kings.
Thank you for being a part of us.
Sunnit, I see your PFP. I got to ask you a question that popped up in the Discord. And Larry, I'll probably ask you this as well. I'm not sure if you'll have an actual answer. But who's the better fighter, Takamura or Ricardo Martinez?
Larry, you want to go first?
It's Ricardo Martinez, bro.
Okay, just checking, man. I'm just checking.
And you know, we're saying the better fighter. We're not saying who's stronger if they fall, right?
Yeah.
So
who's the better fighter?
The better fighter has to be Ricardo Martinez. He's reigned supreme for like 10 plus years. Had what, 60 bouts?
It's like 30 years almost, 20 years.
Yeah, he's lasted so long within the featherweight division at the very top, being number one, to the point it got boring. There's nobody that was a better fighter in Ipo so far that I've seen. It's Ricardo Martinez, hands down.
But if Takamura goes on to conquer all these weight classes, you don't think that gives him the edge?
I think that it shows his genetic superiority for sure. But if Takamura wants to do what Ricardo Martinez did, he has to stay at the very top of what he's best at and then continue that title defense for like 10 to 15 years. Even if he does 10 years, I'll probably give it to him just because of how he rose, right? But at the end of the day, Ricardo Martinez has earned the respect to call him the best Ipo has ever had. That's just me, though. But listen, bro. That's a bad man, bro.
Okay.
That's a bad man, bro.
The thing with Takamura is he plays around too much. In my opinion, he relies a bit too much on his natural talent instead of his discipline. And he just takes damage where he shouldn't be taking damage. And with Ricardo, he is like the definition of perfect boxing. He never loses his control. His emotions is always steady. Every movement is efficient, calculated. Like, just goes in and out. And with Takamura, he just playing in the ring, man.
Okay, I can accept that. I also said Ricardo, but I love Takamura, so I want to give my boy his grace. All right, Sunnit, you have a good night, man. And that theory was awesome, man. Truly.
Thank you for listening. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah. All right, we got a couple more super chats that came in while we were on that call. We got 2 from Reggie J. It says, "What's good, Nakama? W Pod and POVs like the stream." Thank you, Reggie. Another 10 from Pastor C. "I fully believe that the God Valley Rocks Pirates could take down Dami Reversi Rocks. Whitebeard would have to carry, but if Big Mom can get them to pull off a combined sovereignty attack with everything they got, they can win." Maybe. Possibly.
Nah, they could. They could.
It's possible. It's possible, man.
They could.
Another 10. I just feel like Kaido not doing too much, man. That Kaido not helping that much, bruh. The rest of the Rocks Pirates aren't really helping at all, right? Like Shiki ain't helping, Captain John ain't helping, and then it's like, is Whitebeard and Big Mom enough?
He can hold his weight.
I'm saying they not like in the scenario that was painted, like Shiki wasn't even involved. He didn't even see what happened to Rocks. He just kept it moving. So like, is he even fighting? Yeah. You know? And would he care even if it was happening? Like his actual character, he wouldn't care. So it's like,
nah.
I don't know, man. I don't think so. Another 10 from Caleb Marchand. It says, "Hey, what's up, guys? Just got off work. Stream started right as break was ending, so got to listen for an hour and a half while working." That's what's up. But who's the greatest hero and who's the greatest villain? In One Piece or in general? I'll go with general. And I'll The greatest hero and greatest villain? Oh man.
I got one for a villain. Right off the top of my head.
Talk to me, man.
Johan from Monster.
Monster, yeah. Greatest villain. Would you consider Michael Corleone a villain? I guess that's the question for me, because I think Michael Corleone's the greatest fictional character ever written. And if you consider him a villain, then I would go him. I don't know if you have one, Larry.
Greatest hero, Spider-Man.
I thought you were gonna go Wolverine. I thought you were gonna go Wolverine or Batman. Wolverine's
not a hero, bro.
Yeah.
That's your boy, though. That's your boy.
Listen, if y'all know me, I'm super objective, dog. That's not a hero, bro.
Okay.
And then I would go villain. Greatest villain?
I was gonna go Darth Vader, but I don't know.
I'm trying to think of the worst. I'd probably say Joker.
Joker's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we got another 5 gifted memberships from DaveyD.Oakes. Davey, bro, you don't have to do this every stream. This is wild, man. Thank you. Truly. Throw the Nakama fist up. We got another 5 from Creative Broccoli. It says, do you guys think Shanks will be the one to face off against Shamrock and or Garling? If not, who do you think will fight them? I would like to see Shanks interact with his father and brother at some point. As far as who takes them down, I've kind of tabbed Garling and Dragon just because of their 2 parallel stories on God Valley, both kind of not so much mirroring one another, but just kind of it being the catalyst for them in terms of relevance to the story. And then for Shamrock, I legitimately don't know, bro. I guess Shanks. I personally, I'd rather Shanks get stocked. I mean, I guess maybe Sabo. I don't know. I don't know.
Sabo. I feel like Shanks don't really got beef with his brother.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. Luffy? I don't know, man. Shamrock's such a wild card in this thing, man. Like, Oda really gave Shanks a twin. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's so wild.
Was just like a
it's so like it makes sense. It's just so random. Like, it's so wild to me. I think I made the joke. He loves Shanks so much he made 2 of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for Shamrock personally. I guess Shanks is the answer. And another 2 from DaveyD.Oakes. It says hashtag Mihawk a bum. Hashtag a throat is a throat. And hashtag Buggy Bank Gang. I can't read it that way, bro. It's hard to read that way.
No, we not letting that second hashtag slide over.
What?
A throat is a throat?
Toby, you've been away, bro. You don't know, man. You don't know.
Yeah, you've been away.
There's new hashtags.
Okay. That's the reason that's a thing. Yeah, Seb's the reason that's a thing. Seb's the reason both
did
of us
that?
Listen, bro.
Nah, bro. Nah,
Listen,
bro.
Listen, bro.
You're not letting that slide, bro.
Listen, bro. We wasn't talking about Yamato, bro. It's all right.
I know you weren't.
All right, let's get some more callers in here. Let's get BuzGroove. He's been waiting a while. Buzz, you there? BuzGroove. I saw you jump off mute. Oh, there we go. Yeah, what's going on, man?
Yo, Seb.
What's up, man?
Oh man, I'm doing great. I rested. I took a little nap. I wiped. I'm doing great.
You wiped, bro? What?
I feel wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Now I gotta ask: is Larry there?
Larry is here.
Larry.
I am here. I am here, brother.
Labu, Larry Bear. I got bones
What's
to
up,
pick
man?
with you, son.
Oh, come over here, bro.
Bones,
Come
plural.
get this heat, dog.
Oh my god. Now, all right, so 2-3 weeks ago, whenever y'all had your very entertaining Rox and Roger debate, yo, I got so heated. I got so heated over it. I actually spent like the whole next day, because I listen to you. I work nights, so like I just wait till after the pod is done and I go to work and I just listen to y'all at work. And I made a whole lot like dissertation.
Oh, I remember that.
About this Rox and Roger malarkey. I timed it. If I read everything, it would be about 20 minutes. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna tackle a few shorter points that I think could be talked about in a much better, timely manner. Comet, stop eating your leg. Sorry, that was my dog. But Larry, on the pod, you said that on the latest episode, you said that when you were watching it back because of editing, there were a few things that you didn't like or you think just, didn't sound like good takes. Could you elaborate on those? Because if you already realize your many errors, then I won't have to discuss them.
One of the things that made me upset that I was editing and I completely forgot was the fact that I let Sebastian keep saying that there was this agreement made between Roger and the world government in order for him to speak on the platform and then to tell everybody that the One Piece existed. Because honestly, that's not what happened. And all I could have said to Sebastian was the fact that Roger wasn't going to talk about the One Piece until somebody in the crowd told him to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only time that was the One Piece was even brought up to Roger in order for him to speak about it. So if Roger never got asked that question, we most likely never learn about what the One Piece is, or if it doesn't.
Larry, I'm so glad you said that. I was gonna. Oh my gosh, my longest point here, one I wasn't really gonna bring up because oh my gosh, it's like a novel. Was about that point. I'll summarize it since we're on the topic of it. I think that so when Roger, after they picked up Shanks and Buggy and they were after they left Laugh Tale and they were sailing away, we see that where is it? Doobity-doo. There it is. So it's like right after the newspapers crowned him the king of the pirates, and he found this all-encompassing treasure of wealth, fame, and power, and they're calling it the One Piece, right? And that night, Roger, he talks to Rayleigh. This is after he told the crew that he was going to disband them. That night, he talks to Rayleigh, and he thinks back on these two moments from when they were at Fishman Island about hearing what the Sea Kings were talking about. Here, I have the quote here from the Sea Kings. The birthing is at hand. Our sovereign will soon be born, and another in a distant sea. The whales are delighted in anticipation of the day the two sovereigns shall meet again. We have been waiting for so long, it is almost here, and surely all will go well this time. Just 10 until the birth. Another 15 to grow. Which, side note, hearing that after getting context from the Harley about the two never meeting for the last two iterations of the world, and now they'll meet again in this third world, was really cool to see like that connection between what the Sea King said hundreds of chapters ago and what the Harley was saying now. Those Sea Kings are old as hell. That was really cool. But anyway. And then Roger thinks about talking to Madame Charlie about when the Mermaid Princess would be born, and she said, no, in 10 years. And then he tells Rayleigh, I'm certain that voice was speaking the truth. Someone will be born and eventually surpass us. See, we were just too early. Because I think the key, that what he's alluding to there from thinking about those things, the key to taking down Emu and all that are these two sovereigns meeting. One of the sovereigns is heavily implied here to be the Mermaid Princess. And or maybe not just take down Emu specifically, but just take out that whole reign of evil that's there. And but yeah, he's like, yeah, we were just too early. And Rayleigh asks Roger who he thinks will find the One Piece, and Roger replies, well, that'd be my son, of course. To me, this was always Roger's plan, was that he wants, now obviously, his son didn't want any of this, but this is what Roger wanted back then. He wants his son to grow up to become the other sovereign that will meet the Mermaid Princess and will ultimately go on to find the One Piece and take down the great evil that is in control of the world. Essentially, Roger thought of himself as the father of the shonen protagonist, but his son ended up not being the shonen protagonist. And like that to me was always Roger's plan. He wasn't planning on setting the whole world on fire with this whole great pirate era thing. He just wanted that to happen. So when he does go to the to Lowtown for the public execution, like, he doesn't say anything. He just, with pride, as Smoker detailed, with pride, he walks quietly with a big old smile on his face to the platform. And then the only things, so like, we don't really see the execution in the manga, like the whole thing play out, but in the anime, it does happen in 2 episodes. Episode 48 from Smoker's perspective when he's reminiscing about it, and then episode 970 at the end of Roger's part in the Oden flashback. And in both times, like, Roger, he didn't say anything. The only things he says are, he tells the executioners to just, let's get it over with. Let's do this thing. And then in episode 48, they added a little joke for him about, like, hey, can you unlock my cuffs? Like, my wrists are they're chafing here. Come on. But then he just sits down. The executioners, they start to twirl their weapons because they're getting ready to kill him. And take him out. And then some random jabroni in the corner is just like, hey, yo, Roger, yo, that treasure. To me, this was fate. Something that has had a hand in Roger's life, because ultimately, I'll get into this later because I do want to extend an olive branch between the Roger and Rox fans here, based on something, Larry, that you've said on the last pod that I really liked. This is fate ensuring that the will of Joy Boy that was inherited by Roger, knowingly or unknowingly by Roger, he did inherit that will, that this will could be passed on eventually to Luffy. Fate wanted to make sure that this will reach fruition. So it had an event where this random dude, Bagman number 3, asked Roger right before he dies about the treasure. And Roger takes this as an opportunity to turn the world upside down, just like what he asked of Rayleigh when they first met. Like, hey, I'm Roger. You want to turn the world upside down? I think this was him finally being able to make good on that idea. He was never going to talk about it. I don't think the world government even knows what's on Laughtail. Like, you can assume that at least Emu does, because then why even hide all the why even outlaw all the information about like researching the poneglyphs and the void history and all that? Even though I know there's like 30 of them, but they just talk about the world and history and all that. But only 4 of them, these 4 unique ones, are actually key for finding whatever Joy Boy left on this secret island, well beyond what's the known world. But I don't think that the world government knows what's on Laughtail, or even that Joy Boy left behind anything. I think they were just more concerned about, there's an avenue here through these poneglyphs where people can find out about the true history of the world, about the Void Century. We see this with O'Hara. If these guys can figure it out, then anyone can. So they keep that information outlawed. But if they don't know about Laughtail, or even the contents of what's on Laughtail, then they shouldn't be worried about Roger spilling the beans on anything, because they don't know that he knows everything. So I never saw him as being given a platform to speak to the masses. That just doesn't feel right to me. But anyway, I'll move on to other things. Larry, I was so in my feelings about this. I straight up call this whole thing why Larry needs to reread One Piece. I was feeling it, my guy. Which, I've calmed down since then. I'm keeping that name because it's funny, and to me, funny trumps all. So I'm keeping the name because it makes me chuckle. But there are a few things about Rockseer that I wanted to clear up, or at least give my take on. One of them is your points about Rox having an era and Roger not having an era. So at first I wrote a whole thing about the narration box on the bottom of page 7 of chapter 1157, where it details all of the Rox's pirates' crimes after the first 2 years of activity. And the narration box says that though the future king of the pirates, Goldie Roger, also sailed the seas at the same time, these few years of frenetic activity might as well be known as the era of Rox. And to me, this isn't this time period officially being crowned Rox's era, because there isn't a person in the story referring to this time period as such. It's the narrator telling the reader, you might as well, the reader, could call this time period Rox's era. So I was going into that whole thing. But then I decided to do just a little bit of extra research after writing all this, because I remembered that there actually was a moment during the Reverie where Rox is first ever mentioned. So I go back to that moment, and Hina, shout out to her. I haven't seen her in forever. Shout out to her. Hina talks to Garp while they're eating during the Reverie about that time period where he was renowned as a naval hero. And Garp says, "Oh, you mean Rox? I'd have figured you were too young to know about that, Hina. Before Roger, it was their era." Now, a couple things. One, they spell Rox R-O-X at this point, which I thought was funny.
Was better.
And two, in the same breath, Garp is saying that both Roger and Rox had their eras. Rox's era was first, and then Roger had his era afterwards. So I don't think that you should use the eras as a point for anyone's favor, because they both had them. So I think that it should cancel each other out.
Did he say Roger's name?
Yeah, he's this is like I quoted it.
What chapter is it, Buzz? Sorry.
Is page 6 of chapter 907. It says, "Oh, you mean Rox? I'd have figured you were too young to know about that, Hina. Before Roger, it was their era." Did you find it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Page, chapter what?
907.
Chapter 907, page 6.
Oh, 907.
Mm-hmm. You know me, I'm all about the Roger glaze over here, bro.
Before Roger, it was their era. That was 40 years ago.
Mhm.
I mean,
Right.
he can say it was their era, but who was the captain of they?
I think Buzz's actual point is that he's referring to the era that came after that as Roger's era, right? Or at least more accurately.
Yes.
Mhm.
I think for they, he means the Rock's pirates in general, but he is saying that was Rox's era. But then afterwards, it was Roger's era. That's what Garp is saying there.
Garp can say whatever he wants.
Man, what?
Garp
Larry,
can say whatever he wants.
Garp was there.
So
Garp
let me put it
fought
this way
both these
too.
men.
Yeah.
So let me put it this way too for you, okay?
Oh my!
So
man.
you're telling me the guy that jumps at the whims of Roger's name wherever he may be is not going to point out Roger specifically when it comes to the era after him? Because if we wanted
Roger
to
was
go
the
by,
biggest guy.
are you sure? Because he was only the biggest guy because he found the One Piece.
No, this is the real. Hold on, this is the real disconnect that the world has with Roger right now. Roger
Sam,
was
I'm gonna
the
tag you
guy
in.
already. He was
wasn't.
already. Yes,
Already?
yes. He hadn't found
No, he
One
wasn't.
Piece yet. Hold on, Larry. He hadn't found One Piece yet when Shiki ran down and was like, "Yo, let's team up." Roger was already the guy. He was already this dude for years. For years, decades
He
even.
found the One Piece 14 years after God Valley.
Right.
Yeah, that's okay.
He was already him.
He was like already one of the most notable and infamous pirates in the world during God Valley. Like during that time, he was already this. And
The narrator even says that Rox, Roger, Garp, these were the three legends of that time.
Right.
Yeah. It's cool.
So
but then people
Garp's
rose up to
words-
Roger's level during Roger's reign.
Wait.
He's lost. He's lost, Buzz. He's lost.
He's
So
this is why I got
lost.
so heated.
He's lost.
You guys are
Man
not
dove
saying
in the
anything.
sauce. Didn't say God. Oh my God.
You're saying that
I've literally
Roger.
seen
Hold on, Larry.
Roger
You're
stay
saying
stuck,
no.
right? He
You're s-
stayed stuck before he found the One Piece. He stayed stuck wherever he was, however he was.
Stuck
Garp
with
was still
what?
chasing after him. And then during that time, Whitebeard rose to a level, right, where he was in direct competition with Roger on an even playing field. Once he found the One Piece, he was considered the Pirate King. He wasn't considered the Pirate King before that.
No one was.
No, yeah.
Right. Right. But that was because Roger couldn't ascend past them because his goals were too small.
That's not what.
What do we? What? Larry.
Hold on.
Larry.
Buzz, where did you read that in the canon, Larry? Who said that to you? What narrator said that to you?
What was Roger's goal, bro?
To be free.
To be the freest man on the seas.
And to find that last island.
Oh, yeah?
He wanted to become the greatest pirate group in name and deed. This is what he said to Whitebeard and Odin.
To turn the world on its head.
And what did that matter to the world?
It mattered the most. It mattered the most.
Why?
Like, oh my lord.
Why did it matter?
Literally, the entire world is going to change because of what Roger did. We don't have a story without what Roger did.
Did the world change after he found the One Piece, or after he said the One Piece existed?
Both. If the answer is both, you can't do one without the other. Like, what do you mean?
They're intrinsic with each other.
Okay, so the world didn't change much after Roger found the One Piece. You know why?
What?
You want to know why? Because it didn't start the Great Pirate Era when he found the One Piece. The only thing that happened was pirates wanted his stash. That's it. They said, yo, he found gold. We're going to go after him. The Navy started to go after him. He was basically wanted by everyone, but only by people who had the means to try to take him out. As for the world and what the One Piece meant for the world, most people didn't even want to become pirates. There was no Great Pirate Era started after he found it. It only started the Great Pirate Era once that person asked him on the execution platform where the One Piece was.
So,
and then he stated to thousands what that was, and then the Great Pirate Era started.
But Larry, you're being disingenuous
There was
now.
there's no actual danger to the world or to finding the One Piece at all.
You're being
until
disingenuous.
he went on that execution platform.
But Larry, you're being disingenuous because this is the two problems with what you're saying. My bad, Buzz. But this is the two problems with what you're saying. You're implying that Roger, by pure happenstance, ended up on this execution platform and ended up saying this to the world, as if Roger didn't orchestrate himself being executed, knowing it would be a spectacle to the world and that he would then have a platform to say what he knows to the world, or at least give a message.
But you're assuming that he was gonna say something before he died, and that wasn't true.
What do you mean? Yo, Larry,
because he literally wasn't going to say anything.
Larry, he
wasn't going to say anything, and that doesn't follow
hold on.
his story.
Larry, do you have inner monologue for Roger in that moment? Do you have that? Do you have the... No. But I have context.
Right.
I have the context of the story. Roger is about to be...
context?
Larry, Roger's about to be executed, and his goal is to turn the world upside down, and that we now know, so for the future pirate person to become Joy Boy. We know all of that, and you think Roger was about to pull up to this execution platform and die, even though he turned himself in to then say nothing. You genuinely believe that? Because if you do, I don't know what to tell you, bro. There's no way you genuinely believe that.
You want to know why? Because Roger already knew that he couldn't make a change.
Oh,
he was too early. So he depended on his son in order to do that. And again, it was shown that the only reason, right? Because what you're saying is he basically planted somebody in the crowd to ask him this.
Or
he basically planted. He said, "Yo, go into the crowd and then ask me,
Larry,
where the One Piece is, or if it does exist."
Larry,
that didn't happen.
Hold on. There's another answer. There could be he was going to make the speech in the first place and then use Future Sight to see somebody ask him the question anyway. And he didn't need to just make the speech blurt.
Damn, what headcanon you're pulling out of your ass right now, bro.
It is headcanon. But you're saying what you're saying is nonsense. Like, I'm sorry, Larry. You're trying to tell me Roger was going to go through with this execution and not make an announcement to the world unless some random guy said something. There's no chance you believe that. There's no chance you actually believe that. That's insane.
Yes.
Because why would his son even go after some treasure unless it was something that was actively being sought after by the world? He would
because Roger already believed there was a prophecy to be had, which is what the whole One Piece is about, the prophecy.
Even beyond that, if that was the case, why would he entrust Garp with his son instead of one of his crewmates? Because why? Like, one of the crewmates could lead him to the One Piece because they know where it is. He went, I need to spark the world.
Sebastian, what did Odin say to Toki in the letter?
I can't recall.
Okay, it was about sending people 20 years in advance because something was coming and to open the borders of Wano, right? So whatever the Roger pirates knew on Laugh-Tale, they already knew the prophecy of what was going to happen in the time it would happen in. So even when Shirahoshi was told to be born very soon, that also stated that when Shirahoshi is born, because she will be Poseidon, there will also come her counterpart, which is the Nika user. So he didn't need to speak on the execution platform because whatever was going to happen either way.
But you not
have multiple characters that Larry, are stating this.
What you're not accounting for is Roger trying to interject and add people to this vision. Because if the world doesn't know, if nobody knows, if nobody's actively chasing Raftel, nobody's actually trying to find the One Piece and get to this last island, then it's just not going to happen. Shirahoshi will be born and there will be no sovereign. that other
There was
person won't
always
exist.
going to happen. It
No,
was
he
always going
needed to
happen,
make the
yes.
speech for the world to have a view of it to go after it. If he doesn't do that, he dies, and then over the next 50 or something years, it's forgotten about. Roger was
No.
this great pirate. He died.
No.
He left a treasure. Who knows? Nobody would
No.
know. Nobody would have any
Because
vision of it.
Shirahoshi was going to be born.
Okay, Shirahoshi's hold on, Buzz. Shirahoshi's born, but no pirates are sorry.
I'll shut up.
No pirate is searching for the One Piece. But Shirahoshi's
That's
born.
not true.
What?
That's not true.
How can Larry? How can the One Piece be sought after if Roger doesn't make a speech? How?
How the same way people were already trying to go after Roger for the One Piece.
Bruh.
It could have just been passed down.
Bruh.
Like you don't need the entire world to search for it. It definitely did help, but no matter what, it was still going to be the same way things are now, due to the One Piece mural, due to what Odin said to Toki in the letter, and Shirahoshi being born. If Shirahoshi is not born, then Nika doesn't exist. That's what the story has told us from Queen Otohime.
That's not what
so
the
there's
story
multiple
is told
characters. Yes, that's literally what she
If
said. She said the
Shirahoshi's
one-
not born, then Nika doesn't exist. That's not what it's told.
She said
us.
that she said Poseidon can't exist without Joy Boy.
That just means she can't control the powers without the assistance of Joy Boy. That's what was implied by that.
Joy Boy doesn't matter on her control of the Neptunians.
It said that he would guide her in how to use the Neptunians. No? Maybe not in actuality for the functionality of actually controlling them, but guide her into using them for the right thing.
Right. So they're supposed to coexist with one another. That's the point. So if all these things are already happening, and it was already told to Roger before he decided to give himself up by Charlie that this chick was going to be born, then yes, everything that Roger did on that execution platform didn't matter if he decided not to do it.
So does Luffy ever set out to be a pirate without Roger?
Yeah.
How? Because without Roger, there's no Shanks. Without Shanks, there's no Luffy.
I mean, Shanks was still going to exist no matter what because Roger left a message to him. That was before the platform. That was before the disbandment
The
of the Roger Pirates.
The problem is, and this is where it gets into more headcanon, it comes down to what you believe Shanks's vision is in terms of Luffy. Like, is he only over there and even interacting with Luffy and on the search for somebody like Luffy because of Roger? Most people would probably say yes. Shanks could be a pirate just in West Blue right now if Roger doesn't give him the speech, give him tasks or whatever. Like, you're not accounting for Roger's agency here at all. Like, you're just not, which is crazy because the whole story is about it. This is
at that execution platform.
Larry, I'm gonna be real with you, Larry. It's the dumbest take you've ever had on this channel.
It's not the dumbest take. You keep telling me stuff that doesn't matter.
It's the dumbest take you've ever had on this channel, bro.
We're literally, your favorite character depends on fate in order to survive any situation, and you're telling me that it's the dumbest take? If fate directly is coinciding with the show, especially Imu, the biggest bad of the show, saying it himself, then there's obviously fate at play. So I can even toss it up that fate all of a sudden made this guy in the crowd ask Roger that, and that's when Roger was able to tell this, and then fate dictated that the Great Pirate Era would start. So in my circumstance, either way is going to be right. Roger either said it and it didn't happen and things follow through anyway, or it does happen and it just jumpstarts it. But no matter what, you can't tell me that Shirahoshi wasn't going to be born, and with her, Joy Boy or the person that had the Gum Gum Fruit was going to coexist with her. Either way, she was on that mural, the same way Luffy's on that mural, and we're in the third world. At one point or another, it was going to happen.
Larry, what you said about fate and such, I do have another point that I like to get to.
We gotta hurry it up, though, Davey. I gotta get to the rest of these calls.
Yeah, because we started to crash out a bit there. You had mentioned before about the Battle of Ed War. Now I want to get this right. Larry, did you once say? I want to say I heard this. Did you once say that the Roger Pirates, they were scared or like worried about their chances of survival for the Battle of Ed War, for going up against Shiki's fleet?
Oh yeah, because their ship was gonna get taken out.
Right. Okay. So when was the last time you read Chapter 0?
I read recently.
Shocked that you would say that, because so did I after you mentioned it, and none of that is the case.
So read me what it says.
Okay. So what is actually shown is that Buggy is the only person who's freaking out. Everyone else is fine with the fight because, as Gabon says, while smiling, we have been with Roger for ages and have never been able to stop him. Rayleigh even tries to calm Buggy down by telling him to trust in Tom's ship, the Oro Jackson. We then see Roger yelling at Shiki that he rejects his offer to join forces and take over the world. Shiki asks, "So, your answer is that you want to die today?" To which Roger responds, "No. My answer is that I'm going to crush you all." He wasn't the slightest bit scared or worried about the outcome of this fight. Neither was his whole crew except for Buggy alone, because that's Buggy's character. Roger was fearless, as he only ever was in life, and as he is to the parallel of Luffy, who's also only ever fearless. Later, in Chapter 0, when Sengoku and Garp, when they confront Shiki at Marineford, Sengoku tells Shiki, Roger is the Pirate King. If you fought him, he'd be able to win and escape. So not only was Roger and his crew confident in their own victory, but so was only 2 men in the entire Navy that truly respected his strength and could actually box with him. This man, who wasn't even there, knew Roger well enough that he had full confidence in Roger winning.
Yeah. Tell me what that narrator says, my boy. Because you skipped that part. Because remember, we go by narratives, right? You called out Rocks in his era, going by narrative, what the narrator told us. So tell me what the narrator says for Roger. How was he saved? How was the ship saved?
All right. That I actually will touch on, because in my olive branch between the Rocks and Rogers fandom. No, because you're gonna be like, oh, look at that.
Nah, just read
Even
it.
though the context of it would matter more.
Bar for bar. I want to hear it. You was able to read narration before.
There we go. Roger's ship was in a desperate situation, but it was saved by the raging weather.
Ooh. Damn, yo. So it doesn't matter if Roger wasn't scared. It doesn't matter if Tom's ship was to be trusted. It literally says it literally was saved because of bad weather.
But they would have been fine regardless.
Keep continuing the narration, bro.
All right. Meanwhile, half of Shiki's fleet sank. In addition, Shiki had an unfortunate accident and Roger escaped. The battle was declared a draw.
Wow. So the bro, instead of just getting the dub, ended up having to retreat, which ended in a draw.
He didn't have to retreat.
Oh, he didn't have to retreat? Oh, okay. I mean, listen, man. The ship must have not been in danger.
It wasn't, according to Sengoku and Roger and Rayleigh.
Listen, Sengoku was there?
You know, I just said he wasn't there.
Who'd you say was there?
Roger and Rayleigh and the whole crew.
And narration said what? I don't know, man. If we go on narration, then we better go full narration. But I get you. I
don't think you do.
Buzz, we got to get to other callers, man. So I'm gonna have to drop you there, man.
Real quick, can I extend this olive branch? Because I do think it's important.
Make it quick.
It is quick. Okay, Larry, I liked what you said on the latest episode of the pod, where, and now correct me if I get this wrong, where fate isn't a series of preordained events, but a series of events that come true based off the strength of the will of the people who want those events to come true. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It gave me an interesting thought. It made me think of Davey D. Jones / Joy Boy, Rocks/Roger, and Blackbeard/Luffy. If fate in One Piece is actually, if it does work this way, then I believe that these two wills that were passed down over the centuries are the wills that will take Emu down. And they're so strongly born from places of desire and hope that it caused events in the timeline to play out how they did so that Luffy and Blackbeard are in the position that they're in today. Rocks breaking into Mary Joa and meeting Emu and Harold. God Valley. Roger getting a terminal illness, discovering Joy Boy's treasure too early, and then challenging the whole world to find the One Piece. Everything Blackbeard went through, everything Luffy went through, all so that these inherited wills can finally reach fruition. It's not a matter of one person being more important than the other or being a bigger threat than the other. Both Rocks and Roger are equally as important for their historical roles in shaping events so that Luffy and Blackbeard will take Emu down.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, that's all for me, gentlemen. Larry, I'm glad you at least like that. You bugging on everything else, but you know, I love you to death. Love everyone.
Yeah, me too, man. Thank you.
All right, y'all take care.
Buzz, have a good
All
one.
right, take care,
You're
bro.
right.
You too.
All right. Doing a lot of yapping there. We got another 5 from T-Raw. It says, Seb, Krispy Kreme is hiring if you want to glaze Takamura full time. I can't tell if I renewed my membership on Discord. The link won't load, but here's the tags. Okay, T-Raw, I think I saw you in there. It looks like they were able to drag you at least. We'll get you in here sooner rather than later, man. We got another 2 from DaveyD.Oakes. Nah, Seb, you're wrong. Larry got a W here. So somebody agrees with you. All right. All right. Next, let's get Delaney in here. Delaney, you there?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? Talk to me.
Larry, I just want you to know that I'm with you.
Oh, listen, bro. I get it, bro. I'm always fighting a losing battle when there's 2 people. You know what I'm saying? But
It's all this whole story is about. It's a lot of it is up to interpretation. But I just want you to know I read One Piece the same way you read One Piece. I just had a quick couple things I wanted to know because I haven't seen any chapter reactors talk about it. But y'all notice in 1179 Emu's blade,
Mm-hmm.
like the actual, like the design of the actual blade itself. How it actually says "move."
Does it? It looks like a glaive to me.
Turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise, and it's an M and a U.
Oh, let me look at this. Oh, yeah.
So I thought that was interesting. I hadn't seen anybody. I've heard about it on, like, it hit YouTube, but I didn't see a chapter reactor talk about it. And I just thought that was really interesting because, you know, there's a lot going on, so it's easy to miss, but it looks like it says move. At least in my interpretation, it says move.
That's pretty cool.
So I thought that was kind of cool. And then another thing was when Larry, when you had your theory about Vivi and Emu having a child, it was kind of interesting because the rest of the pod was kind of like, well, what, you know, basically what would happen to that child? Like, it got sent over there, her brother took over, so, like, what's the child just kind of there as I took in a child kind of thing? But if Vivi is a direct descendant of Lily, at some point, the roles switched, right? For my trip.
What do you mean?
Well, at some point, if Lily was the queen, and then her brother had to take over, it would be his line that's technically there now. But from my understanding, Vivi is the direct descendant of Lily. So at some point, the line switched back. Or am I just making that up? I mean, it's totally made up. Of course, we don't have the information, but
it depends. So say the brother does take over, right, and becomes king, but can't sire a child, but has this baby. Would that baby not then become the king, like once he died? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily have to switch over. I get what you mean. Like if he does have a kid, that person would be first in line, et cetera, et cetera. But if that brother never had a kid, would this baby not end up being the king or queen of Alabasta?
Basically, that it's just kind of like something I thought about as fuel towards his like Larry's theory because you know, like I mean, granted, yes, even if the brother's line, Vivi's technically. I mean, Vivi Lily both come from Lily's mom. You know, it's still the same line technically, I guess, but it was just a thought. But no, I was still, and the last thing that I had, because what I was going to call about last week was Buzz would just talked about it, and I was mad that Larry didn't use that as fuel when y'all argued so much about who had more, pertinent information about Rox or Roger, and I don't think anybody in the entire world knows about, other than Vegapunk saying, "Hey, the Roger Pirates know the entirety of the world." Before that, I don't think anybody knew about that. But that just happened. So, I mean, but before that, it's like, unless Joy Boy is like, tells the emu, like, hey, before I die, I just want you to know there's this island, I put all the answers to what just happened on it. Like, it's not supposed to be, knowledge that people are supposed to know. That's the whole point of it. And that's like, Roger's like, I think there's another island because this can't be it. So Roger's the first one to figure out that, hey, there's another island. Roger's the one that names the island because he's the only person that ever hit the island. So, like, I don't think anybody knows. They're just, the pirates around the world are just looking for the treasure. Nobody's going to the Laugh Tale because they want to know the entirety of the world. Now, and then it's weird, too, because I don't understand how, like, Kaido, these random people around the world know about Joy Boy. But yeah, that was the biggest argument. Now, Rox, Roger, that's you all beaten that one to death. And it's too, in my opinion, it's too close to call. But as far as like information goes, nobody knows what Roger knows except for Roger and his crew. Unless y'all think the emu knows that there's an island out there that has all the answers on it, but I don't think that's the case. I think he knows about the poneglyphs, but he doesn't know.
I would argue that Emu knows that the island exists. I would argue that.
Now, whether he knows the contents of the island, that's another story, and that would also come down to whether or not he can read the poneglyphs himself. That'd be a whole nother thing.
Yeah, just a thought, because if he could read the poneglyphs, he probably would have gone to that island. At least I would think so. I mean, I don't know. He's so hung up on Joy Boy that I think that's something he would do. But other than that, it doesn't
based
really
off the
him.
last chapter, even leaving the Pangea's castle seemingly has a demerit to Emu's health. It's very possible that whatever's on that island is preventing him from entering it. Or even people who have covenants.
I assume it's rubber. I did like that theory from the one guy earlier about the straw hat, like the whole frozen. That was a good theory, but I do think that Emu doesn't know about it. And I think for some reason I just think the island's rubber. That's kind of another reason it was so funny, because I don't think it's funny I don't think Roger laughed because the world's gonna end, or the world ended, or it's gonna get changed. I mean, who knows? Nobody knows what the actual answers are, but it's interesting to think about because people are going after the One Piece, but what are they actually going after? Because, like I said, I think it's all treasure.
What happened to my camera? Camera just died. Yeah, my camera died. Hold up.
You good?
I don't know. It's like not showing up. It's not showing up on OBS. Delaney, I'm gonna drop you there, but thank you for the call.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know what happened.
Did it die?
I don't think so, but it just turned off. Maybe it overheated?
Did you try saying you love it to it?
No.
Give it a pat on the back.
That's what I do.
Hold on, man. going on here?
Yeah, you gotta show
There we
appreciation.
go. There we go. Am I back? I think I'm back. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I got me worried.
No.
I don't see you back.
Am I not
That's
back?
fair to say, yeah.
I think
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
back.
you are. Yeah, you are.
Alright.
Yeah, you are.
All right.
Stream's always like 5 seconds behind.
All right. My audio's still good though, right? Y'all can hear me?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Alright.
can hear you.
Bet. My bad, Delaney. All right, let's get some more calls in here. I gotta start speed running this a little bit. It's getting a little late for me. Let's get Germa V in here. Germa, you there? Germa, talk to me, man.
Oh, yo.
What's
You
going
can
on,
hear me,
bro?
my boy?
Yes, sir.
Not much. I had to mute the TV real quick. What going on with y'all?
Chilling, man. Rapid fire. I gotta get the rest of these calls in as soon as I can.
Always on rapid fire, Seb. I'm always on rapid fire. Okay, let's get it. First thing first. Larry, I really, oh man, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Really wanted to argue with you probably like 2-3 weeks ago, but you know what? For the sake of the fact that you are right in this argument today, I'm going to spare you because I totally agree with what you're saying. That's a rare case. So I just wanted to let you know that. Like, I totally do agree with everything you're saying as far as Rocks, Roger, yada, yada. Woo. And that theory that you said yesterday was fire. It was fire. I kind of feel a little different about it, and I'm gonna get to there in a minute. But I just wanted to add a couple things to your theory that it kind of feel like you. It's small, but you didn't. You kind of just didn't say nothing about them. But the fact that right, Emu thinks of everybody as peasants. You know what I'm saying? He looks at everybody as rats, the scum of the earth beneath him. He barely even cares about his own Gorosei. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know if those were the people that got captured when Rox was at Marie's Wall. But when those 5 kings got captured, he didn't even blink an eye. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, I care less. If y'all not listening to me, I ain't worried about it. I say all that to say, even when Cobra pulls up to the not flower room, but the throne room, and Emu had asked him to, read, finish reading the letter, read. It seemed like Emu was hurt by that. Like, it seemed like not like hurt in a way of like my heart is broke. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like there was for lack of better words, I want to say there was like a love connection there. You know what I mean? And back to the peasants thing, it's just for you to look at everybody as so small, but you carry around, you cherish this picture of Vivi. You know what I'm saying? I just thought all of that. I was like, yeah, that's fire. I was like, Larry was cooking with that one, man. So I wanted to give you your flowers for that one, brother.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, ain't no thing, brother. Ain't no thing. And one side note, real quick, before I get to my theory, I do actually have a theory. I think Emu might have something to do with Olvia. Olivia. I forgot her name, but that's my theory. So you can type that in, Seb. But I'm trying to run fast. But how would y'all feel if Rox was the Yami? Because I feel like when he died and as strong-willed as a person as he was, right? It's holes in there. Give them to me, pause. But like when that lightning struck when he died, I thought that symbolized something deeper than just like, this great person dying. Like if I'm talking fast trying to get my something always on rapid fire. Vegapunk. If Vegapunk would have said, if we're to believe that devil fruits are made the way Vegapunk led us, gave us the information, Rox to me would be a prime example of somebody that would then turned herself into a devil fruit. I mean, he didn't have. Well, I don't know. He never spoke of his dreams directly, but I would believe a person like him had dreams, and his we see his will. We see, we see how far that was. That, you know what I mean? So, how y'all feel about that?
We can't turn the greatest pirate to ever live into food paste, bro. I can't do it. That's hurting me right now.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah. He's not a devil fruit, bro. He's in the bottom of the ocean right now with Kit.
I mean,
okay?
we wouldn't be doing that. He's at max the 4th greatest pirate of all time. At max.
Wait, hold on. Who's the
Right.
new
Roger, Joy
Sebastian
Boy.
can't even name 3 people, bro.
Roger,
He's just
Joy
gonna
Boy,
say-
Whitebeard, Shanks, Luffy. I can keep going.
Whoa.
Damn, yo.
Whitebeard was crazy.
Joy Boy
Shanks was
lost,
crazy.
though.
I can keep going.
Whitebeard's not good at the rock.
Yo,
I
Joy
can
Boy
keep-
lost,
I
though.
can keep going.
Yo,
Why
Joy
you not
Boy
good at that?
lost, though.
I
How
keep
far did he get?
Yeah, that's crazy. I ain't gonna
Damn,
lie, that's
imagine
crazy.
putting somebody up there and they got the same amount of wins and losses as Rocks.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Rock is
that's crazy. He lost to
Rock-
the same person.
Rock's greater than Joy Boy's. Wow.
No, he's greater than Whitebeard.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
Whitebeard.
I'm just saying the logic ain't logicking, bro.
Yeah,
Wait, so who do you think is greater, Joy Boy or Rocks?
We don't know enough.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking.
We
I got
assuming
that, boy.
Joy Boy.
Okay,
We
then the
assuming Joy
logic
Boy.
is sound.
Greater
So what
is
are we
such a-
talking about?
greater is such a
You
vague
can't
detail,
say the logic
Low
isn't
key?
sound if you believe it.
Low key, let me tell you right now, from what we know, that boy Joy Boy had Poseidon, Pluton, Uranus, an ancient kingdom that was led by the previous Vegapunk user, Davy D. Jones. Haki crazy, and guess what? He still lost.
Dang.
I don't know. You got everything you need and you still lost? Shit, man. Listen.
At least Joy
I'm
Boy
gonna say
faced
Rocks over Joy Boy if you really being real about
Joy
it.
Boy faced the real Emu. You know what I'm saying?
Real Emu.
The real one.
Yeah, he versed the real Emu, with an entire planet
not
of forces.
not
Emu.
Emu.
Bro had Elbaf.
Not some possessed Gunko. Who he possessed? Saturn.
I mean, technically, Rocks did the same thing. The Rocks literally.
No, he didn't.
faced
No,
the
he
real
didn't.
Emu.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he
didn't
didn't.
look at him. He didn't look at him.
Drummer, don't get in here and lie. He ain't faced
Okay,
the real
talk to me,
Emu.
correct me.
He ain't see that man. He ain't faced the
Oh, you
real
talking
Emu.
this new form that we're looking
Yeah.
at? Yeah, okay, that's okay. I
Yeah.
get that.
Don't do that. Don't do
He
that.
had the same eyes though. The
having
eyes
Don't
never
do
changed.
that.
I'm just
Don't
gonna
do
say
that.
that. The eyes never changed.
Don't do that.
That's all I'm saying. They was eye to eye.
Don't do that, man.
You're
Drummer,
right though. He didn't see him.
Get to your
Hey,
point,
no,
bro.
no,
We
no.
gotta do this.
No, don't run me off. Okay, this is my thing though. I was looking at this latest reveal of Emu, right? And I just thought it was funny that like instead of we've been waiting 1,200 episodes, well, like 300 episodes. I think the first reveal was like 900. Anyway, we've been waiting a long time for this. Okay, when you reveal somebody, why just why would you say he looks like a Lunarian instead of just saying he was a Lunarian? And that might be just like how my brain works. I can't, put that on the whole world. But it's like that just kind of struck odd to me. And then the way they described his hair, and they made sure his hair was like described differently than King's. So I just got to like I was just looking, and it came to me this morning, like 4:00 this morning. I get up early for work, but I'm texting my cousin all this stuff. I'm like, anyway. I'm thinking back to the last person we probably seen like that, and I seen Nick. I remember Robin's mom. I keep forgetting. Is it Olivia? Oh, is that her name?
Olvia.
Okay, there you. Thank you, Olvia. And I'm like, I'm looking at her, and I'm googling images, and I literally found a picture that looks the same angle. Like she has blood kind of coming from her mouth and everything, just like Emu when we see the close up right at the end. And I'm just looking at them, and I'm like, they have the same nose, everything. Now I don't know. I'm not saying Emu is Olvia. No, I'm not saying that at all. But I just think it's funny that they look alike. To then I lead you to the point of, because nobody ever talks about this, and this is one of my biggest things about like One Piece a little bit. One of them. When Robin turned into that red demon with the wings and the horns, everybody I've ever talked to about that stuff, they just act like that was just something regular. Oh, that's just what she does. That's just how the flower fruit works. And it's like, what does flowers have to do with a demon and wings and horns? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, how was that to anybody? And I'm it's a loose theory because I really don't have no connections. I just kind of wanted to just share my thoughts with y'all, to be honest. Like I'm, just where my mind at looking at all this stuff. And I'm like, there's something here. There's a connection here. I can't make it fully. Maybe y'all can help me. I don't know. But I just wanted y'all to, when y'all get time, type in Nico Olvia Google images, y'all gonna see it. It's like a side, like it's kind of catches her left angle. You know, you see the hair, blood kind of coming from her mouth. It's not dripping like Emu's was, but they literally look the exact same, and I just think that's funny. And then, like I said, leads you to the Nico Robin with this demon form.
So, Jeremy, I gotta ask you, man. You think
what's
Emu,
up?
you think Emu cool?
Well,
you think?
you
what's
funny.
up?
You're
What's
funny.
up? What's
You're
up? I'm
funny.
asking
You're funny.
you, bro.
I mean, they said he was beautiful, so I have to go off the narrative. We follow narrative, right? We follow narrative. So if they say he beautiful, I'm gonna say he beautiful. But you know, is he my type? No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I don't remember the story saying that, bro. That was Larry who said
he
that.
was beautiful.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, yeah, I heard it somewhere. I heard it. That's a lot of information. I watch videos all day.
In terms of the theory itself, I've seen that some people make that connection. I didn't go there. To me, the Robin demon motif is really just her play on taking. How do I say this? She was demonized for a long time, and this is her play of weaponizing it in a positive way, or at least for herself.
Yeah, weaponizing her own moniker.
Yeah, that's how I've taken that. It could be this deeper lore here where she's connected to. I don't know. It's One Piece. A lot of Nepo piece is real, but I've always thought it was just her, you know, taking back the moniker. You know,
Demonio. How you say it?
Demonio Fleur or whatever. I don't know.
And Emu is a demon in the flower room. All right. Okay. I might be tripping.
Hey now.
You know.
Cook, my brother. Cook.
You know what I'm saying? I can't fully put it together. Give me about another week or so. We might get some more information here, but I just wanted to leave y'all with that, man. Hey, but I know y'all gotta get to some other callers, man. Appreciate y'all time, man. You know I love y'all.
Hey, man.
Love you too, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get Hunt in here. I don't think we have any more. Yeah. We did get Kekkers became a warlord on YouTube. Thank you, Kekkers. Let's get Hunt in here. Hunt, talk to me, man.
Oh, hello. How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Rapid fire, man. I gotta wrap up soon.
Alrighty. So I've heard a lot of emu theories tonight, so I would like to switch over to something a little bit more light, a little bit more chill.
Okay.
So my theory is going to be about the naming of God Valley, like why it's called God Valley.
Okay.
And also kind of like how it looks as well. Okay, so we know from Enel's cover story that the Lunarians and seemingly the other sky people came from the moon. We also see in that a small portrayal of like the a mother flame. But that's not too important. However, in that cover story, we also see a Jolly Roger that is similar to Vegapunk's head. So that kind of connection has led me to believe that perhaps a user of the brain fruit has been to the moon before. So we also know from Queen that the Lunarians used to be called gods because they used to live atop the red line. So my theory, just really basic, I don't have a ton of evidence, but goes like this. What if God Valley was the site that the previous brain user built a space shuttle in order to get to the moon? And even perhaps the Lunarians touched down originally on God Valley and inspired this man to do that. And so one, that's why it's called God Valley, first of all, is because of the connection to the moon. But two, the look of God Valley, how it's those like two rocks, and like a big old tap in the middle, like that kind of reminds me of like space shuttles in like modern times, how like they have the scaffolding around them and then the shuttle in the middle. So I wrote this a long time ago. I wish I had gone back and like done it a little bit better. But it's basically just that. It's just like, what if God Valley was a space station? And like that's one, where it got its name, but two, why it's shaped like that. And also 3, I guess, why Vegapunk's like head is on a Jolly Roger on the moon. Very basic. I would love to do more research on it, of course, but yeah, I was just curious if you guys had any interesting thoughts on that. But
It's definitely an interesting thought. I guess my question becomes, if that's the case, and it seemingly is where people who wanted to get back to the moon, or Lunarians want to get back to, or whatever,
Right.
why were the Davy clan there more specifically? Like, were they on
Mhm.
top of the world, do you believe? Like, were they on the red line at one point? Like, what do you
So-
is it the moon they're trying to get to specifically, or is it just the top of the red line? Like, what exactly is it? Because it seems as though the king of the world we're living in now was Davy Jones, right? Not like some previous like world, or like a different planet per se. And maybe that's just my interpretation of what Emu had said about Davy Jones, or at least what Rox said about Davy Jones. So I don't know, maybe I'm limiting my thought process there because of it, but how are you explaining the Davy clan's presence, I guess, is my question.
No, and that is a great question. I will say, I wrote this before the Elbaf backstory came out, so that wasn't like known a knowledge. But the reason why I also wanted to present this theory is because I had a little inkling. So I guess I'll just share that now. But so Emu, as we have seen in this most recent chapter, has like darker skin and white hair, features that resemble the Lunarians, and I believe even on your podcast on Monday, you theorized that like Emu took out his own race. Well, let's assume for a second that if Davy Jones was the king of the world at one point and the red line existed, right, then the Lunarians probably lived up there as well. So like, just the thought I had was, if Emu took out his own race, considering the Lunarians and the Davy clan, like Davy Jones was ruling there at the same time, I wonder if he like sent them to God Valley, like exiled them, or like tried to kill them all, and the remainder escaped to God Valley. Like, that's just a small thought I had. I'm not too sure. I do need to go back and do more research on this theory, because it was just a idea I had. But yeah.
No, it's an interesting thought. It definitely is. I like it a lot. I just
Need more evidence for sure.
Yeah, but now you got me thinking about, because I've always connected Davy Jones to being the king of the ancient kingdom, but now I'm like, what if he was just on top of the red line and he was a Lunarian? You know, like both those things
Exactly,
could be
and
the
that's
case.
very possible.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Mhm.
I mean,
No, yeah,
Whitebeard
just-
referred to the Lunarian race as the gods of this world, and I would assume, I don't know that they predate Davy Jones. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll definitely go back and do more of research and then come back probably whenever I get the chance. But yeah, like I wrote that a while back, and like I just been like, man, like I should share the basic idea with somebody, and then maybe I can get some feedback. So, oh yeah.
Well, Hunt, I liked it, man. Definitely do some more research
Yes,
on it. Come
appreciate
back
y'all.
when you iron it out. All right.
And then real quick, just before I go, I wanted to shout out a Miracle Team Mayo, because he's been telling y'all to watch that time I got reincarnated. Yeah. So
live that.
no, look, so I started it because he was talking about it, and I just finished a season 1. I would recommend it, Seb.
Okay.
I'll just tell you that
It's so good.
It's actually pretty gas.
good.
I was not expecting it.
Season
but yeah.
4 just came out. Season
Pretty good.
4 just started airing. I was on that day 1.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'm getting a lot of recommendations for Slime. I haven't seen anybody say it wasn't good, so I'll lock in one.
There's honestly not much that I could, if I even had to sit and think about, to find wrong with Slime.
I was gonna say,
it's just it's good all around.
Facts. I think he said that like y'all should watch 5 episodes. For me, it took around like 10 or 11 to really like, okay, this is a good show. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a little bit of a slow.
For sure. But
Hunt.
I appreciate y'all boys. Yes, thank you for having me. I'll take my leave though. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your stream.
You too, man. Appreciate it. All right. We did get another 2 from DaveyD.Oakes. It says, watch slime. And we got another 5 from DaveyD.Oakes. It says, Larry can't make it clap. Hashtag solar flare. Hashtag a throat is a throat. Hashtag rocks over Roger. That be hurting my heart when I read that stuff, man. Hurting my heart. All right. Next up, let's get JFeld in here. JFeld. Feld? Yeah, JFeld. You there?
What's up?
All right, man. Rapid fire. Talk to me.
Really quick, I just wanted to kind of go over critical mass Haki because I've been hearing the Twins talk, a lot about critical mass Haki, like it's some godly technique or something. I just don't believe it is. I know some people have mentioned it before, but just to kind of quickly reiterate, I think Haki is something that has like quality and a quantity, and more so critical mass can have to do with the quantity of it, right? So when we see, Roger and Garp have to fight rocks, Domir versus rocks, critical mass is a minimum required amount of Haki needed to stop rocks in that situation, right? So this technique isn't like this grand, it's not like a Bajrang gun, right? It's not like that. It's just, I think anybody who has a good utilization of Haki can utilize critical mass. And it could even be, I would even extend it to armament Haki too, in the same vein as well. Like the minimum amount of Haki required. So it's not that impressive of a feat. Like it's something I wouldn't even bring up in power scaling because it's like I'm just utilizing my Haki to the level I needed to. And in most encounters between Roger and Garp, they probably don't even need to flex a fraction of their Haki to deal with most people. But when you're combating somebody like a Domir versus rocks, you do. So I just wanted to reiterate that because I feel like a lot of the time these DDTs, a lot of people bringing up critical mass Haki like it's this deciding factor, and we all saw how the top 30 list happened, and Rayleigh and Gaban all of a sudden are the best characters in the verse for some reason, just because their captains got critical mass Haki. When I was like, no, I think anybody with Haki can do it. You just need, it's just what are you fighting, right? If I need to take down a marshmallow, I don't need critical mass Haki. I don't need it. And honestly, I wouldn't even call it. It's just a minimum. That's why I wish people would just kind of remove it, I just want us as a community to remove it. Like realize it's a thing that they came to a conclusion that we needed to do it. And also if it really needed that much Haki, it'd be draining. We all watch anime and manga. We know how this goes. Like no one comes out swinging their best punches in the beginning. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. And if it did, everybody would be gassed within the first 3 punches. So it's just like, I'm just hoping I was just letting that out there and let people, kind of digest that and add that to their power scaling for these future DDTs and whatnot or anything coming out. But yeah, that's all I had. I know it was a rapid fire, so I want to get it out quick.
No, you're good. Listen, your lips to God's ears, man.
Just saying.
I'm tired of it, man. I can't.
I am just tired of it because the twins almost sent me over when I was listening to that top 30, I almost lost it. I was driving to work and I was like, I'm about to crash. Like I'm really about to crash. So that I had to get that out, and it's been weeks. It's been probably like a month and a half or 2 months since then. So it's been a long time coming, but I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. Feld, is this the first time you've interacted with us? I can't recall. Yeah, I was say I couldn't recall the name, man. Well, welcome. Appreciate you being here, bro.
Yeah, no problem. I just had to get that off. I'll probably be back too, just to try, clean up some of the muck I keep on hearing sometimes. It's wild out here in these One Piece streets. I'm not gonna lie, but
listen, we be wilding too, man. If you ever need to,
we all be wilding. We all be wilding. It's true. We all be wilding. Everybody do. Larry has his time. You be having your time. The twins for sure be having their time. I be having my time. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. But for sure, I just want us to unite. Under some commonality because I feel like it's so fractured sometimes with the thinking.
All right, man. Well, looking forward to hearing more from you, man. All right.
Thank God. You have a good night, okay?
You too.
Peace.
Love that.
I feel like the Twins will never left 30, the top 30. Yeah.
Bro, you heard them on there, bro. You heard them. All right, let's get KingofScrubs in here. Scrubs, you there?
Hello, hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Chilling. A little tired, so rapid fire. Got to go through all these calls rest of the night. Talk to me.
No worries. I mean, I was here early. My original topic was going to be long, so
Oh, my bad, man.
I'm gonna switch it to another one. Trying to keep it fair. Why I think Roger. You guys were talking about threats and stuff like that. I think Roger ultimately became a bigger threat than Zebek because of what he represented, right? I think immediately during he was the big threat. You know, he's Davy. He was coming after Emu, but I think ultimately Roger, through finding the One Piece and almost, I guess his journey showing people like what's going on, inspiring people to go for the One Piece, which would ultimately show people like, you know, the world secrets and stuff like that. I think ultimately Roger did become the bigger threat. Was it immediately? No, I won't argue that. But I think over time he did become the bigger threat. So that's like my quick little take. My original take was who's the better character, but I'll save that for another day.
Okay. Well, I agree that he did become a bigger threat. I don't know if Larry does agree or doesn't. I know we had debates about who became stronger or whatever. In terms of threat, like I would agree with you. And I got into this big debate earlier today with Neko in the Discord, and I kind of laid out my thought process there. I'm gonna try to find it so I can tag you if you want to see my thoughts on it exactly. But to sum up, Roger essentially reached the level of power that Zebek was at, and he reached a larger scope of influence, in my opinion, because of the connections he made along the way. He didn't have as many Conqueror's Haki users in his crew, but with the voice of all things that Rox also had, and like the knowledge that he ended up gaining, Roger became one of the most like infamous people in the history of the world, probably the most famous person in the history of the world. And then he had that knowledge. So at any time, and me and Larry got into it earlier today about Roger's speech and whether it was planned or not, but the fact that he could, in some way, get a message out to the masses is, I think, the oversight that Emu didn't account for, which is why we're where we're at today. You know what I mean? Where it's like, at any point in time, Roger, the world's most famous, infamous, strongest, whatever pirate, had this knowledge, and then it's like, whoa, if I'm taking out O'Hara's for this kind of knowledge, if I'm taking out Rocks for this kind of knowledge, Roger has it, and he's casually defeating Holy Knights anytime I send them that way. You know, like he's casually fighting the world's strongest man, like Whitebeard. So like he wasn't able to game plan for Roger in the way that he apparently was for Rocks, or at least the happenstance didn't work out in that way for Roger. But like, he just was this threat. The problem is Emu didn't look at him as such. And that's what the actual problem was. Emu didn't look at Roger as the threat that he actually was, even when he was just sailing regularly. So,
and even what like I think Roger ultimately stands for, I think Roger, for me at least personally, is a bigger symbol of that freedom. Like, yeah, I think Rox embodies a conqueror better, and you can argue power scale all day, like whether he's stronger or not. But I think ultimately Roger symbolizes something that Emu is trying to suppress,
right.
and that's freedom.
Right.
And I think that's why Roger was a bigger threat. That's why he is, I think, to me more important, and ultimately, especially to Luffy. Even if Luffy found out about Zebek, I wouldn't think it would change anything. The importance of Roger. Right. Ultimately, Roger is something that Emu is trying to oppress and hide from the world, but Roger just let it all out there.
Yeah, well said. I will open up to Larry if you want to rebut or whatever, but I don't even know if Larry's still here.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say they, currently right now they ain't too worried about people's freedoms. They worried more about the threat level of someone attacking them. So if we, I guess freedom ain't that important.
I mean, listen, that's why I'm like for the immediate threat, but freedom, I think what's dangerous about it is the inspiration and what comes after it. And that's what's, I think, more scary to Emu in the long run. Somebody who does, because he's lived so long, he sees the future, right? He's always thinking about the bigger picture. And I think freedom invites that invitation where like that big picture for him could be compromised. But that's me, you know.
Scrubs, I got to drop you there, but appreciate the call. Is this our first time interacting? I'm trying to remember if we've talked before.
It is. This is the first time I'm here. So it's nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, man.
No, it's great talking to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely call again.
No worries. I'll be here next week.
For sure. All right, have a good night.
You too.
See you, bro.
All right, let's get T-Raw in here. T-Raw, you there?
Yo, I'm here.
Had your cousin in here tweaking earlier, bro. I don't think I forgot.
Look, don't lump him in with me when he do that. When he's saying the good stuff, that's when you gotta, hey, T-Raw, your cousin. When he started tripping, it's just.
I'm gonna get you in before him one of these days, and I'm gonna do the opposite, bro. Just know.
Bet. No, I always call late. I'm always getting off work when I call in. How y'all doing though?
We good. We gotta hit rapid fire though, man. I gotta rap soon.
No problem at all, brother. I'm ready. So, I'm gonna start with a question. What do y'all think Chopper's devil fruit is? I just want to hear y'all's opinion.
I'm starting to lean into the forest god stuff. Yo, we're getting a echo from you, bro. If you can mute the stream or whatever's going on.
Getting an echo?
Yeah, like I hear myself.
I don't even have my TV on. I might have had my phone. Might have been. I got my headphones on, but I think I just paused it. Is it good now?
Yeah. No. Either way, just go ahead. Go ahead. I'm leaning into the Chopper's devil fruit as the god, the forest god. But I'll shut up.
I have something, but like I don't know how right it is.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it might be what I'm about to say.
I do think it's the forest god fruit. I don't know the model name though of the Hito no Mi. The only one I could think of is like Gaia.
That's interesting. That's not bad. Which I'm not fully opposed to the forest god thing. I personally don't think Chopper is the forest god. I kind of don't want him to be, honestly. That might sound like some hate, but I think because it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me personally for a human fruit to be, the forest god fruit or whatever, unless we think Chopper was, born as the forest god, which, I mean, it could be, but I don't think, he is. But my personal opinion is that Chopper has the Ito model Darwin, the fruit of evolution, because his fruit doesn't act like the normal Zoan in general, or even specifically other Hitos we've seen. All Zoans have a full transformation. We still have yet to see Chopper ever do a full transformation. And I feel like his fruit would be specifically that, because that's literally what he shows his power to focus on. He focuses his power to adapt to individual situations uniquely with all of his points. And then even further, he'll combine that. How he describes Monster Point is all the points combined into one. I don't know how studied you guys are, how scholarly you guys are, but Darwin's theory of evolution entails that all life, at one point came from a common source. You know what I'm saying? And, the theory of evolution in general, right? Natural selection, things like that. And I just thought it was unique that Chopper was even introduced to us, and his backstory was the whole fact that he had a mutation that made his whole, his herd or whatever, ostracize him and kicked him out. And he was effectively, on his last legs until he ended up finding the fruit. And like I said, with his power to adapt to all the different situations and things, and like I said, a lot of people think he's the forest god, but I don't see, as far as the mural and the text goes, in my opinion, even though they don't go together, and I know a lot of people forget that they're not together by all technicality, they're separate places. So we don't know if they're just, the Harley text is describing a mural, but people, pretty much put them together all the time. But I don't see Chopper's forest god as, people understand him on the mural. I can't find Chopper's forest god. My forest god, I think, is the Tontadans, because all the gods we see mentioned are born into, well, in my opinion, like I said, we got God Elbath. Poseidon was literally stated to be a god by, what's the little starfish name? Papa Gu. Imu calls himself God. Nika was known as a god. I think he's a sky person, right? All these gods are technically tied to a specific race. And we know the Tontadans are mad important because they were enslaved even before the Void Century. The Don Quixote family that was living in Dressrosa had them, enslaved for some reason we still don't know to this day. Which I think that was around the time maybe the original devil fruits were coming about. But even before the Void Century, they were slaves, right? So I think they already have the power over nature. They're literally called fairies, which is a deity in most cultures. All the things about them in particular. So I think the Tontadans would be the forest god in my opinion. But I think that's why Chopper had that power over the Domi Reversi people. And on top of the mural thing, right? People like to go to, well, we seen him slap the literal demon out of a Domi, right? In my opinion, for him to really be taming demons, he would have to do that to a holy knight, which would technically, in my opinion, be a true demon. These Domi, that's just a technical, you got a little, you're honorary, you know what I mean, effectively. You know what I mean? And we haven't seen Chopper do that to a true holy knight, somebody that would, in my opinion, truly be a demon. So we have all those parallels and things like that. So that's kind of what got my, my line of thinking on Chopper and his fruit. Ito model Darwin. Because I couldn't, the same like Larry was saying, I couldn't think of a human that would effectively be able to be named a forest god, in my opinion.
The only pushback I got is with all the Hito no Mi devil fruits, they're all human devil fruits. So I believe if Chopper ate the Buddha fruit, he would have the same effect that he's having now with his fruit, where he'd become more enlightened and be more human-like. And the reason I say that is because Gukimaru from Wano is actually just a fox.
He gained
and they turn
intelligence
into
as
a
well.
human. Right. So the other pushback is Chopper's literally in the forest when we first meet him.
Yeah.
And the fruit that he actually ends up eating looks a lot like something called the Amanita muscaria. I apologize if I... Well,
real
that
life
fruit
mushroom.
only exists in tree pines and spruce and like birch and oak. You know what I'm saying? So he's a deer, bro. That directly points to forest type things. It literally speaks to him having parallels to this. So I can see how he's what he is without trying to be something else. And everything just points to him being within the forest. Like he relates to a forest unlike anybody else.
Yeah, and T-Raw, for me, I would say the secondary piece of it is that Darwinism in general, to me, doesn't adhere or stick to Chopper and his character as a whole. A lot of times we talk about it on the pod that everybody who has a devil fruit, the devil fruit embodies who they are in some way, right? The only loose correlation I could really make to Chopper and Darwinism is evolution, in the sense that he can evolve into different stages of his being. But
all zones could do it.
Yeah, all zones can do that. And Chopper isn't a Darwinist. You know what I'm saying? For him to, he's a doctor. He's about healing. He's about, finding a solution to a problem in this way.
Darwin was a biologist too, man.
I can't knock that. I'm just saying Darwinism. I don't think Chopper is representing that, dog. Natural selection.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not Chopper. But that, I mean, I like what you were saying in general. Like, it sound cool. I just don't know if it vibes with Chopper's story for real. But maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, how better to heal the whole world by helping them adapt, tapping into that lineage factor. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, man. Maybe. My
I
camera
think
go
your
out again?
mic cut out again. Yeah, your camera. Your camera
Man.
cut out.
Am I back? I think I'm back. Something wrong with my stuff today, bro. I don't know what it is.
Seb didn't pay his Wi-Fi bill.
It's not my Wi-Fi, man. It's the camera. It's the camera. Oh, man.
But I just did want to ask y'all. That was pretty much all I had on that. I just wanted to ask y'all before I left. I want to leave with a question as well. Who do y'all think? What culture, clan, or race, I guess, do y'all think originated the D? Because in my opinion, it looks like I always thought it was like tied to Joy Boy. I don't know if that was like off, but it feels like no clans directly tied to Joy Boy have a D that we like seen yet. Like no Sky people are considered Ds, no Fishmen are considered Ds. You know, and we just found out that Elbath is D. Davy was a D, but we never hear that name like right next to Joy Boy's name.
I don't know, but I'm not answering because I said rapid fire and you asking me 3 questions, man. Get out of here. God damn. I don't know what happened to my camera, bro.
Bro, you're an idiot, bro.
Bugging out.
I don't know what's going on with my camera, bro. I love T-Raw, man. You know it's all love. All right.
Josh, stop being so rude.
Nah, man. I told them rapid fire. They gotta respect my authority. All right. Let's get King Peasant in here.
Oh my god, bro.
Peasant, you there?
Hello?
Talk to me, man. Rapid fire. Let's get it.
Okay, this one's really quick. I'm at work, so I just saw that you were on, and I wanted to say this. I think what the fog with the giants, both Loki and Harold, I was thinking about it, and I just came to the conclusion that it's just their body odor.
Oh my god.
These giants are on a ship in the sea. It's gonna get musky. Like,
wait,
they're just gonna be steamy.
What are you saying? That's the key to what?
Nah, they just stink, bro.
They just stink like in general.
That's what forms the fog.
Bro, that's what causes the fog?
That's what causes the fog. They're just like, imagine 20 giants on this ship.
Oh man.
All huddled together. What's gonna come out of it? We know that they stink. That's a fact. So
like a sauna on there. So.
yeah, it's literally just a sauna.
Bro,
and I think that's like the easiest thing to do to say.
Twilight,
we don't have to speculate too much.
When you timestamp this, I put the Musty Mist in the header. Feel free to use that one, man. Peasant.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you, bro?
It makes sense though, doesn't it? Like you can't tell me it's not.
But wouldn't somebody speak to that too? Like that it was funky?
I don't think they want to tell them that, you know. They're kind of sensitive giants. They're friendly giants, to be honest.
They're attacking us though.
Yeah, but I mean, do we want to make them more angry by saying y'all stink?
They wiped out my ship. I didn't even see them, and they stunk. I feel like I'm adding that, man. I feel like I'm adding that, bro.
You wouldn't if you were knocked out by it.
So now this is their king's disposition. It's funkiness. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I've been thinking about it. I honestly did think about it, and I was like, this is the most logical conclusion. They just think the most logical. We don't have to add anything extra. They weren't in that misty area. What's it called? The Bermuda, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, they just stink.
All right, Peasant. I hope you don't stink, bro. I hope you
nah, dog. I shower. I stay clean. I scrub everywhere. I'm good.
You good, man.
All right, y'all. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Larry, do you want to say anything before you dip? I know you said you got to go.
Yeah, man. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm so sorry I have to go a little early. I have to edit. I have to edit our episode from yesterday too. So I apologize. Plus my girl, she's holding a knife. I don't know what that means. So just want to say I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here and for all the super donos and just for calling us up. Seriously, and just spending time with us. And Seb, just want to say thank you for always making this happen. So for everybody in the chat, please throw up W's for Seb, just for, pushing this for us. So thank you so much. I'm sorry. I gotta go though.
All right, man. Love you, bro.
Love you too, man. Peace.
Really well.
Later, Toby. Later, Straw Hat. Thank you.
All right, my boy.
I forgot Toby was here, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Hey man, I be doing chores. I be cooking. I be doing a lot while I'm in this chat, man. Just got done
Toby
cooking
just
and cleaning.
and kicking your legs. It's all good.
I be on the move, man.
All right, let's get Kekkers in here. Kekkers, talk to me, man. Rapid fire.
Hey, first of all, I have to say, every time I've ever called in, I've been rushed out.
Listen, you gotta be here early, gang. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is my view on what sky splitting and what its effect on fate is. Because I've always believed that sky splitting is not a measure of power.
Okay.
For the express purpose of every single sky split that we've seen in the series has been off of a basic no-named attack. And you cannot tell me that people are splitting the sky off of regular hits, but not splitting the sky off of their massive super moves. Every sky split has been between conquerors, and I believe it is a representation of two opposing wills and two opposing fates and their effect on the world.
Okay.
It is the confrontation between Whitebeard and Shanks, and the result of that confrontation and the two wills reflecting in splitting the sky off of the possibility of what will happen as a result of this conflict. The sky is splitting because it is just the world reacting to a change because of these two conquerors and their effect on fate itself.
Actually, really
I really do like that. I do think there needs to be a measure of how strong you are to reach that plateau for it to start doing that. Because if that was the case, why wouldn't the sky have split for Luffy and Doflamingo? The world literally changed over after the result of their battle, to a major degree.
Because at that point, neither of them were truly affecting the world in that way. Doflamingo, yes, they're conquerors, but this is just the servant of Kaido versus an up-and-coming, just building his fleet person.
So you do agree that there is a level you need to reach, whether it's status in the world or overall strength. There is a status that needs to be reached. Okay.
Yes,
that was my one pushback.
on the world.
Everything else you said, I fully agreed with. My only issue was you were saying, you implied it that just the impact that you're having on the world would be the necessary requisite. There has to be something beyond that to me.
Because you cannot tell me that a regular no-named clash between Whitebeard and Shanks just swinging their sword is a bigger attack than the strings, like the holy bullets and the Leo bazooka. That's a harder hit, but that doesn't split the sky. It's because it is your effect on the world.
I can definitely agree with that. I know I had my ideology conversation with Larry a bit ago, I think a few different times. I believe that similar to what you kind of said, that there has to be an ideology clash. I do believe there's a level you have to reach to be a sky splitter. And then once you reach it, your ideologies have to be so opposed in that clash that it splits the sky. But I do like how you've taken it, Kekkers, a little bit further, I feel. So it's more impact to the world as a whole than it is just these two people's individual feelings,
Right, because there's always the talk about fate, and this is what happens when fate collides.
So how do you explain situations like Imu splitting the sky alone?
I would say you can have certain things like we've only seen two sort of solo side splits. One, which is, you could say, the Haki knot from Joy Boy. And that's him from the past affecting the future.
Fair.
Because the effect of that was to literally save the current Nika. That was changing fate right there. Did Emo split the sky when he arrived? I know, like, there's the lightning bolts coming down, but I wouldn't call that a sky split.
Well, at the minimum, it's cloudy prior, and then it's not cloudy, and it's like sun seemingly is beaming down on him. But maybe I'm reading this wrong. But when I look at this page,
no, you're not the only one who's made the assumption that that's
clearing the sky and splitting the sky.
That's true.
Splitting the sky, it's you literally see usually two sides, like roiling clouds colliding, and then they go.
There could be a thought process for if Emu did split the sky, it would be for to go with what you're saying. The fact that he wasn't initially meant to ever leave. So the fact that they actually got him out and he made the conscious effort to leave his zone and show up on the world, that's fate changing, because that wasn't initially how it was supposed to go.
Okay,
but
I like
Usopp
that.
Had to pull up.
Oh my god!
Had to call him out.
Listen. I love the memes. It's definitely not why he came, but I would love for Emu to kill Usopp. I think that would be great.
You're still far for that.
If anyone dies in Elbaf, it's going to be Jarl.
That's not enough, man. We're not gonna feel nothing for him.
If they're going to do a Viking funeral, it'll be Jarl. He's the old man.
That's true.
He's got no real other effect.
He's on his last legs too.
He is the last of the trio of Jarl, and Harold. So that's the new giant pirate's future.
I hope if it does happen, he at least gets de-aged so we can see Prime Jarl, and then he gets taken out.
If anyone dies, it's him. I don't see anyone else. No Straw Hats dying before they reach the One Piece.
I'm trying to see a Usopp death, a Jarl death, a Bonnie death. I want it all. All right, Kekkers.
I want a Sanji death.
Thanks for hearing me.
I'll drop you right now, Twilight. Kekkers, have a good night.
You too.
Sanji death would be terrible. All right, let's get Mario in here. Mario, talk to me, man. Mario probably sleep, bro. It's early for him. It's like 8 a.m.
Yo.
There we go. Mario, talk to me, man. Rapid fire. You always popping in late, man.
Nah, I was in here for a long time. I'm just waiting for you to pull me up. Yo, oh my god, Larry's not here?
Nah, he had to go.
Oh, I got a theory for him.
Make it quick, bro. I got a rap.
All right. I'ma shoot this quick, all right? So, we know Enel, right? Enel. And we know he got the rumble fruit, you know? But I don't think it's the rumble fruit. I think it's something else. I think it's like the storm god fruit or like the rain god fruit or something. Because, like, as we all know, Enel is like a Skypian, right? Like wing people. Got wings in his bag, right? And we know that he doesn't have one. He has the Tomo rings. Is it called the Tomo rings? I'm not really sure what's called. The Tomo rings around his back. And people can say like, oh, he took off his wings, he ripped it off and put it on, but we see physically there is no scar on his back if he took his wings off or he like ripped it off. So like it's only just the Tomo ring, right? And I feel like that the Enel we're looking at is his like hybrid form, which he just doesn't know about because like he lives in Skypiea, and like I don't think Skypiea has like the Devil Fruit Psychopedia or like anything that tells him, oh, this is the Rumble Fruit. Just like how Luffy did think like, oh, it's the Rumble Fruit. Oh, it's the lightning fruit because I can shoot lightning out of my hands, right? So like,
Mm-hmm.
and like, how to say, the God complex, and we know the Zoan fruit usually like influence the user's mind to like towards being like the beast of itself, like uh because of Lucci ate the leopard fruit, he's more bloodlust type stuff, you know. And like I just feel like his god complex comes from eating a god fruit, like eating a lightning fruit, the thunder god or storm god from Japan, because like we know there are a lot of like Japanese like storm god, not really, but there's like one specific storm god in Japan, or like the lightning god, like it slightly resembles him wearing the Tomo rings on his back. So I feel like it's kind of interesting because like there's no scars behind his back, and he got the god complex, and we don't know. Enel has not seen the world everywhere, so like it kind of fit if he doesn't know what it is. He just, oh, I can shoot lightning. Okay, I guess I'm on this. And in how to say, he is the first Zoan that we see like kind of like transform his body into like pure energy or something. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like that's his full beast form or something. I'm not sure, because like the thing about this is he still like has low gear properties, right? So I'm not really sure if this sticks or what, but I kind of feel like it's more than just that, because again, he don't got a scar on his back, and like where the hell did he get Tomo rings from? You know? And it would be the first time we see God clashes without knowing it, you know, on Skypiea. So that's how I feel. Like I really wish Larry was here to hear this. I think he might like it. I think he might like it or something.
I hate it.
You hate it?
I do. I can't lie,
yeah.
Mario. I feel like we've gotten to the point where everybody gotta have a god fruit and stuff. Adele just had a lightning fruit, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not pushing back on that. I'm just saying like it could be cool. To me, personally, I feel like it could be cool. Because like kind of makes sense in a way. Like like where the scars? Like where the hell did you get that big ass Tomo from, bro? Where do you get that from? Like how do you step it in his back?
I don't know. We don't know enough about Skypian culture to like assume
fair enough.
the like Tomo rings thing. In terms of the scars, I do agree with you there. He should have some sort of markings if he ripped the wings out from his back. Like we don't see nothing back there.
Yeah, we don't see nothing back there. I can. Oh, before I head out, I want to say something. I know. I want to talk about specific DDT. I know it's been like 2 months since that, but Sanji fans are literally crazy. Swear to God.
Yeah.
They really be saying anything to like gas up Sanji, because like you all of you are saying. I'm sorry, Seb. I need to rant this out, because like I've been holding this for like a few weeks now, because like I try to like go in, and like when I entered the DDT, it was like already over. I was like, oh crap. So you all want to give Sanji the feat of like, oh, he fought an emerald, oh, he fought king and queen, yeah, pre Gemma awakening. Bro, Marco did the same thing, bro. What are we talking about? Like we see him did the same thing. And like in MarineFord, people like to praise the admirals, like, oh, they're using Haki, that's why they can hit Whitebeard, that's why they can hit this, they can hit that. They're using Future Sight. But Marco clashed with Akainu, so like I don't know, man. Like if you want him to be using Haki, he clashed with Marco, bro. Like he got to be up there somehow. And you guys want to say like, oh, he get Conquerors, he gonna whoop Marco? Like, hell nah, bro. Like, unless you're telling me Sanji's pulling out an ACOG Ifrit Jambe out of his butt straight up the moment he unlocks Conqueror, there's no way. There is no way in hell he gonna beat Marco just because he got Conquerors, bro.
Well,
no, even as like knowledgeable, as talented as Luffy or Zoro is, they still can't do it. Like they literally need to push themselves to the absolute limit, to the point of death, to be able to control conquerors.
That's
you
the
know?
one. That's the one pushback I will give you. I guess if you're taking narrative and plot out of it, Luffy and Zoro technically learned Conqueror's Haki and then implemented it in their fights and were able to overcome their opponents, right?
Sure.
If
I mean,
Sanji's
like, okay,
supposed to do, like, I can't argue that point. Like, if Sanji unlocks this and starts using it, like, would it be enough to beat Marco? Maybe, sure, I don't know. But I agree with you. They was gassing Sanji. I'm a Sanji guy all day, every day.
Yeah,
But he just
I feel
now
like, 'cause
entering these
I
Marco
watched
kind
back
of
the whole
conversations, bro.
Fortnite, bro.
Yeah, bro.
But like, if you want to say like, okay, Luffy is the protagonist, so he got to learn in some way. Zoro is like the second strongest person in the crew. He can use it, he can control it in like the short amount of time, sure. But I think people mostly forget the only reason why Zoro was even able to like utilize his conqueror is because he had something. He had Emma to like amplify it or like just draw that thing out to him to the point where if he doesn't learn it, he's gonna die. Sanji doesn't have that thing. Sanji doesn't have that additional boost or like additional like limit on him to like force him to use Conquer the same way Emma did or like the same way Plot did to Luffy. You get what I'm saying? Because like I need to gas for Marco because like I like him. He and the last thing, all right, last thing. You don't want to say, oh, Sanji's a good fighter, Sabo's a good fighter, he did all this, he did all that. Marco did all the same thing as a support character, bro. Like he doesn't have the AP, but he still performed the same as them. What are we saying? Like holding back King and Queen. All right, Sanji did that in the Germa suit. Marco did that in a Phoenix fruit, bro. The how to say? It's not a fighter, bro. He is a support, and he's doing the same thing as Sanji and Sabo. Like, is that really impressive though? You want to give it to Sanji? Like, Marco's doing the same thing, and he doesn't even like fight a lot like you guys do, bro. Like you should perform better than better than Marco, bro. Like what are we saying? Like if you want to compare, like show me something that Sanji did that is more impressive than what he did the same with Marco, bro. Holding back King and Queen, yeah, Marco did that. Small fry, like, and he even have to like support every single one in in like the freaking war. Is just crazy, bro. Like I'm sorry, like. I know Sanji is strong. Like if Ifrit hit Marco, he might be able to do damage, but like he can just heal, man. Like I don't know. Like
I don't know,
they
man.
need to
The
chill
way
on
Marco's
Sanji.
flame works, he negates flames. I don't know if it's gonna do damage
Yeah,
for real.
yeah, sure. Like maybe internal damage, but physically no. Because like we literally see him like block kind of attack, man.
Mario,
I know Sanji fans be in the chat like flaming me, but I said what I said, bro. Like you need to accept it, bro. You need to accept it, bro. Fight me on the Discord if you want, bro. I'm ready, bro.
Mario, I hope you got that off your chest, man.
Yeah, I got it off. I finally got it off, man. Yes, sir.
He was holding that
I've
in,
been
huh?
waiting for this. I was waiting for it, bro. Like, cause like I was gonna join the calling stream, but like you kind of like cancel it because of spoiler issues. Okay, fine. I was about to throw this out last week, bro.
My fault, bro. Mario, I gotta drop you there, but have a good night. I'll see you next week, all right?
Yeah, I'll see you next week, bro.
I'll see you in the Discord, Mario.
I'll see you in the Discord. We got a lot of time.
Mario was tweaking, bro. He ain't
We'll be
like
chopping it up.
the Sanji guys, man. All right.
Sanji needs all the peace he can get.
We got another couple super chats. We got Zoro Top 1, $2. It says, like a god, the skies parted ways for Imu to come. I like that. I like that thought process. I like the notion behind that. Another 5 from TKT Tay. It says, I think the descendants of Imu and Lily is the Monkey D family. We still don't know where all the monkeys are from, but we know they're all powerful. Oh, man. That's interesting.
That's an interesting. That's an interesting poll.
It means Imu is like Luffy's
Great,
great.
You're by like 9 generations,
Yeah.
10 generations. That's father.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Why not?
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
They're all descendants
One
of Sun
Piece.
Wukong, man. All right, let's get Lucky in here. Lucky, you there?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's
I'm
going
here.
on, bro?
I'll make it slick. I'll make it lick.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I just want to say, real quick, thank you guys for all that you do. And I know that you guys have some time, and you guys got real lives too that you got to get back to. But I just wanted to throw out some appreciation because I know you guys have made a really open community for a bunch of people to come in and just kind of yap, just kind of be talking about a bunch of stuff.
Thank you for that, man. That was the point of the Discord. We for a long time, and I don't know if you guys know this, but for a long time, a lot of the comments that we got on our YouTube videos was like people saying that they didn't have people to talk about One Piece with. We still get some of those comments today, so we always direct them to the Discord. Like that was kind of the reason we started doing more Discord stuff, because originally we were just going to do a YouTube channel. We didn't have any visions of doing a Discord, and then we kind of started getting those comments a lot. So
And you can hear people's passion whenever they theorize, and a lot of it's just headcanon as heck, bro. Dude,
that's
they just be going sometimes.
Listen, that'd be the gold though. That'd be the gold, man.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's really open and welcome, and I know the grind and hustle that I must have taken to get to this point. But if nobody's saying it, like I'm so proud of y'all, and I've been watching for a long time, and to see the whole community grow is really something special. You know.
Thank you, man.
For real, much love.
I've been watching Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm at the Toguro fight tournament. Pretty dope. I'm not even there yet, but yo, when Toguro took Yusuke to the parking garage and just demoed it on top of him, yo, that was so crazy,
bro. I love when I tell you, I think we mentioned on the pod the other day, that is the anime that bonded me, Larry, Lionel, and Lawrence for real. Like truly.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard that on the pod, and I was like, that's pretty special. That's gotta be something
legit. And it's funny because back then that was me. My brother Charles was part of the group, and we were like, "Oh, I'm this character. And I remember Lawrence and Charles chose like Yusuke and who was it? Hiei. And so me and Lionel were left with Kurama and Kuwabara. And Lionel didn't want to be Kurama because he thought Kurama was too feminine. And then we got through like the dark tournament, and he was like, "Damn, I'm cool."
He's got the ice spirit on his hip, dude. He was about to pass out. And then that flying at come up, heal him. You guys said something on the pod. Actually, I'll say this and I'll do. Actually, I got one thing after this. You guys said something on the pod that was like Yusuke end of series solos the One Piece verse, and I'm so excited to finish Yu Yu. Like after you guys said something like that, I was like, wow, I can't wait to see where it gets to.
Listen, man, see, you don't know who I'm gonna shut up. I'm not gonna spoil. I spoiled somebody on Kingdom the other day.
I appreciate that.
I'll shut up.
I appreciate that. Next, I don't know if somebody's talking about it, and I was just listening to the pod of the Emu reveal, but Emu's eyes covered up. Is anybody talking about maybe he has an eye patch on? I mean, maybe it doesn't happen, but that'd be pretty dope. You know, his eye is covered up, yo.
I haven't heard anybody mention that yet, but that would be crazy.
Dude, that last caller coming clutch.
Yeah,
that eye patch would go crazy.
Hold on, bro. Emu with an eye patch would be wild.
Yeah, dude. And then it signals the end of the series, and like the whole thing starts to get wrapped up.
I don't think I'd like it, but it would be a crazy. Because here's the thing.
Who else you think got it? The Flames?
So I've always thought it would either be Joy Boy or Luffy. That's how I've looked at it. Like, Joy Boy is either the pirate who has the eye patch. He's the prototypical peg leg eye patch pirate. Like, he's just him. Or the story is about Luffy on his way to become that pirate, where he ends up getting it. So,
like the stereotype.
Yeah.
Like pirate, yeah.
Yeah. So those are my two choices that they've always have been. Emu having it would be so wild because you're already basically giving the face reveal of Emu, and then doubling down on a secondary
Yeah.
like reveal, like
I
a
think that'd be
chapter
kinda
later.
crazy.
Mm.
Oh man.
So kind of wild.
I'll keep you updated. Try to come in these calls and see how I'm doing on Yu because I want to get to that point where he could just spirit gun the entire red line. That'd be insane. But
Yeah.
I hope you guys have a good night and thanks for fitting some time in. I appreciate it.
Of course, man. Thank you.
See you later.
All right. Next up, let's get no Papi in here. Papi, you there?
Yo.
Rapid fire,
Hey,
gang.
what's up?
Talk to me.
I can't show my screen. It's gonna be fast. I can show my screen. I ought to theory about the certain part.
Oh, hold up. Oh, snap.
I made it for you too and everything.
All right,
Even though
hold
you
on.
keep saying my favorite character gonna die, kind of breaks my heart.
Who? Usopp?
Yeah.
Hey, man, sometimes you gotta die for the plot, bro. That's the game.
Nah, that's why I made it clear for you.
That's the game, man. That's how it goes. Y'all seeing me work on this on the fly. Hope y'all like this, man. The growth is here. Hold up. All right, hold up, man. Hold up, man. Yeah, look at that. Larry be proud. Look at me.
That was quick.
Look
quick,
at
son.
that, man. Y'all don't even know, man, the lengths I had to go to learn to do these things, man. All right, talk to me.
Hey, I bet. So the part that Shamrock was talking about, I believe that part is Buggy the Clown.
Okay.
Yonko the Sea. And this is the reason why he became Yonko. So y'all already know the connections about Buggy having his face look like rocks and his bounty poster. And they both got the same charm. They both able to like motivate people with their words, like Buggy impel down and cross guild and rocks when you know the rocks pirates and when he the pirates Hachinosu to say Shaki.
Mm-hmm.
Now they know. All right, so I believe Buggy real name is DaveyD.Oakes and a child in the God Valley flashback, while Blackbeard is that Pastor D member. So you see, they both got the same eyes and the same lips, and they're both around the same age, 39 and 40.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now look at the kid hair in the flashback. He has an afro, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Buggy's a clown that doesn't wear an afro. And the clown's most iconic hairstyle is an afro. So why doesn't Buggy wear an afro? Because if he did, it will blow his cover, and they will find out that he's Rox's son. And Buggy never like shown his hair when he was on Roger's crew. And Imu said in God Valley that he seen Rox's family running through the forest. So I believe that they most likely got hunted down just like Ace before he was born.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now going back to the Davy back fight, for the main event, Usopp and Luffy goes up to the dressing room to get ready. Usopp notices an afro and tells Luffy to wear it. Then he says, this hairstyle summons a man's wild instincts. Ibn asks, does the afro make the champion or does the champion make the afro? Not even modern science could solve this riddle. This hairdo will make your punches stronger. So I believe when Buggy wears the afro again, he will become stronger. And this is how Oda will make a weak character strong. All right, but if I'm saying Teach is the son of Zebek, how does Blackbeard get the name Teach and have hold on, my bad. How does Blackbeard get the name Teach and how is he also the son of Zebek? So we know that Vegapunk and Blackbeard are both the Devil Fruit guys, right? And we know that both of them read the book encyclopedia. But how does Blackbeard read a copy of the book? So we know that Sanji also read the book encyclopedia. And he got a copy from his father, Judge, who was a mad scientist that used to work for Vegapunk. And guess what else was in that group? Miss Buckingham Stussy, also known as the Science Bandit.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe she was the one that gave Blackbeard the name Teach. Or told him Zebek's son's real name was Teach. So in chapter 1158, when Rox was walking to the bar, he was smiling. All the girls wondering why was he smiling so hard, and predicted that it was another woman. But Stussy was the only one who predicted that Rox was expecting a kid. I believe she predicted this because she was spying on him, not her intuition. I say this because she has a CB0 agent clone that was a spy for Vegapunk. And I believe this clone got this straight from the original Stussy, like the other Seraphim, you know. All right, and Stussy also has a son named Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard's son. But if this was Whitebeard's son, you know Whitebeard's all about family, right? He doesn't care about the One Piece, history world, or like treasure and thing. He only care about family. If this was his son, then why would he ignore him? Because it's most likely not his son.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is that I believe Blackbeard and Rock's relationship is like a Weevil and Whitebeard relationship instead of like a Ace and Roger relationship. And it's also could explain why Buggy and Ace got along so well, because they both had to deal with the burden of their father's sins. Okay, now going back to the God Valley flashback again, when Scopper and Shanks talk about Ace, Shanks said that Ace was like his little brother, and Scopper said that Buggy and Shanks was like his sons. And Shanks thought that Ace was going to become the next Pirate King because of his bloodline. But then Scopper said that title was not inherited because sometimes those with the greatest expectation placed on them fail to achieve that greatness. So what I'm trying to say for this theory is that I believe Shanks's blood brother Shamrock, the one he was born with, is gonna kill Shanks's real brother Buggy, the one he was born with. Killed because of his father's sins and falling short, just like Ace and like Oscopper said. And this will cause Shanks and Shamrock to fight and to come an end of one of One Piece's most beloved characters. Yeah.
So you're saying that Shamrock is saying that Buggy is a Davy clan member and that he found out and that he wants to target him because he's the last or one of the last Davy clan members.
Yeah, and I believe that's the true reason why Lucia was destroyed too, because I didn't put this in here because I didn't want to give you a whole bunch of information. But I can tell you. So we know that the kid in the flashback is from God Valley, right? And we know that Rocks and Eris was talking about going to Lucia, and Ace got a lead on Lucia by using the name Teach and not Blackbeard. And we know that when Buggy called Blackbeard a monster, he said because he couldn't sleep, and people connected that with the Drum Island when Blackbeard's name was dropped, that Black was from a snowy country. So the kid in the flashback had to been from God Valley and Lelouchia. And he was from God Valley and Lelouchia, then he would end up in Shadeport, then have to be from a snowy country. So it would not match. So I believe the Lucia was destroyed because it was actually from the Davy clan. And Shamrock probably got information from that. And that's the reason why he discussed with the Gorosei about Buggy and the Lucia being from the Davy clan, Davy clan collections, why it was actually destroyed. Not because Sabo was there. It wasn't because you asked me, my bad. You asked me, that's why he's the reason he's gonna kill him.
Yeah, but
Because
okay,
Ace was killed because his father was
right.
Roger.
Well,
so
I
they
like
supposed to marry each other.
I like the idea of Shamrock killing Buggy. I don't know if I see it actually happening, but I like the idea. That I've never heard anybody say that. I would love it because, like you said, it would be poetic for Shanks's blood brother to kill his, actual brother, his found family brother. It's sad though because you said that Buggy would be locking in, so it would be him showcasing as strong and still getting taken out. It's a little sad for me. But,
the afro.
Beyond that, I don't know if I necessarily believe that Buggy is a Davy clan member, but
I'm saying that he's the kid in the flashback. That's my theory.
Yeah,
because the afro and the features.
So that's not Teach. You're saying that was the other piece
Buggy's
that Teach was created via some sort of scientific method.
Nah. I'm saying Buggy's real name is Davey Teach, and Blackbeard got the name Teach from Stussy because Stussy found out was fond of him because of Rock. Yeah, the father. She was on predicted that, so I believe he got that from Stussy. And their relationship with Rock is like a weave with Whitebeard instead of actual Ace and Roger.
Yeah, Seb, your camera went out.
Oh my gosh, man, this camera, bro. All right.
You see like death, so like shit. I give you a death theory. Buggy dying.
Okay. Listen, I love Buggy. I'd be sad as heck to see him go, but
I wouldn't.
I'll be with it. I'll be with it. NP.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you having the slideshow, man. I know Larry mentioned it before. I think you really get to hone in and we really get to showcase what you're talking about when you show like this presentation in this mode. So I really do appreciate you taking the time to do that, man. Truly.
Yeah. And also when Luffy lost his brother, that's when Shanks and Buggy also reunited too. That's why I'm bringing that in too as information.
Do me a favor, jump back to this to the moment where Ace was dead, real quick. No, the other one with him smiling.
Oh yeah.
Just absolutely the best panel in the series, low key, man.
Yeah,
Honestly.
Buggy gonna be smiling too, like cause he's a real D member, and D members always die when they smile. Yeah, Buggy's gonna be smiling when he dies, sadly.
I just love that Ace died, bro. It's the best. But MP, have a good night, bro, and thank you again.
You too. Have a good one.
But that
Alright.
sounds kind of harsh, but I get what you're saying, bro.
Huh?
You think you're happy Ace died is kind of harsh, but I get what you're saying.
Bro, it's the best thing that Oda's ever done in the series, bro. I don't care what y'all say.
The series wouldn't be what it is right now if Ace was alive, so I agree.
Facts.
The pushback I had with that though is because Nerd pointed it out in chat too. Because I was thinking it, but I wasn't 100% sure. Didn't they call him Teach on God Valley?
Well, he's saying that is actually Buggy. Like that's him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's saying that's
Okay.
straight up Buggy in the flashback.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I got you. No, okay, I was confused on that. No, we clear on that now.
Yeah. We did get another 30 MYR. I'm not sure exactly what currency that is, but thank you. From Mario Pog. It says also, it's Mario. Also, Marco is able to block Kaido's bolo breath point blank, which can literally destroy a whole ass mountain. What are we talking about? Marco is that guy. Sanji is pulling out the same AP or DP. Crying emojis, laughing emojis, skull emoji. Yeah, man. I mean, Marco had my vote.
Sanji get one time by Kaido. Sanji get one time over.
Had my vote, man. In the DDT. All right, let's get NYC Anime Nerd in here. Nerd, are you there?
Hello?
Nerd, talk again?
Yeah, I'm here if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm hearing my echo in the background now.
Let me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Sorry, I had YouTube open and I just muted it, but then you were probably still hearing.
No, you're good. You're good.
Sorry, I will try and just speed run this as quick as possible. And I know you're probably trying to get off, and I feel bad.
All right.
Yeah, but I do have a few quick things that I just want to touch on very quickly before I jump into the stream. That I've been talking to you about. One, when we first saw Chopper go Monster Point when he was fighting that CP0 guy with the pink hair that like kind of looks like it's year 5-ish hair. I always forget his name, but the pink hair, and he does the roar.
Pink hair does it. Yeah. Oh man. Kumadori.
Yeah. So what I found out is I'm not saying that this is anything crazy because this is literally from the anime, so I can't, I wouldn't use it as like full blown anything. I just think it's very weird. The roar that he does in there is the same roar they use for Workery when he does the Conqueror's roar against Luffy in on Egghead. And so it's just very like, was that the Chopper of Conquerors? Like, was that the point of his roar? Like, it's just like a weird that they use this exact same sound bite, for both of their roars. And because obviously it would have been before Conquerors or Advanced Conquerors was a thing, so I just think it's very strange. I wanted to bring that up last week because of what happened, but yeah, it's something weird that I've just been thinking about. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
And then yeah, I will jump into one of the theories, and unfortunately, Larry, I don't think he is here.
He had to drop.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it's been very long, but it's interesting because this one kind of has to do with what he was talking about last night. And I actually was also hoping that maybe the twins would be here because the science part of it I get very well, but not the biblical sense of it. And you know how Larry was talking about the eyes and how it was the cherubs and the seraphim. So how I read about it, it's actually this thing called the Ophanim. But But let me just get into it so we don't have to waste time. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yep. Okay. So the biggest mistake people are making with Emu right now is treating chapter 1179 like it was just a face reveal, because no, Oda did not wait this long just to give us a cool, creepy final boss design moment that blows every other villain out of the water. I think chapter 1179 is showing us what Emu is, and I think the answer is that Emu is being framed as a kind of false throne being, almost like the corrupted Ophanim. Chapter 1179 is literally titled Nerona Emu Descends, and that already tells you this is not being staged like some normal entrance. This is a descent, an arrival, a manifestation, something higher coming down into the story's visible layer. And that's what matters, because Emu's not just anybody, Emu's the hidden ruler sitting on the empty throne. The one throne in the world that is supposed to remain forever unoccupied, as a symbol that no single king stands above all nations. So from the beginning, Emu is already a violation of what the world's sacred center stands for. Now bring in the Ophanim layer. In Ezekiel's visions, the Ophanim are the wheels within the wheels within the wheels, covered in eyes, moving in every direction without turning, directly tied to the throne, to the throne and to the spirit moving them. They are not humanoid, they are geometric, omnidirectional, all-seeing. So when Oda gives Emu circular, orbit-like visual language eyes.
Oh no.
No.
Nerd, you there?
I'm here.
Lost you for a second, but go, keep going. You were saying the Ophanim eyes when Oda gives Emu the Ophanim type of eyes, like, or the omnidirectional.
Okay, moving in every direction without turning, directly tied to the throne and to the spirit moving them. They are not humanoid, they are geometric, omnidirectional, all-seeing. So when Oda gives Emu circular or orbit-like language, eyes around the body, and a presence that feels less like clothing and more like a rotating system around a center point, that starts to look less like decoration and more like throne symbolism. In other words, Emu is not just sitting on the throne, Emu is starting to look like the living mechanism of the throne. The eye-covered Hagoromo does not read like fabric, it reads like a wheel, like a ring, like a moving parameter of perception. And this is where quantum layer makes the theory deeper. In quantum physics, superposition is the idea that a system can exist in multiple possible states until a measurement forces one outcome. So if the empty throne is supposed to be symbolize an open world, a balance where no single will gets to defy reality for everyone else, then Emu sitting on it is like a cosmic measurement event. The moment Emu occupies the throne, possibilities collapse, one hidden observer, one official truth, one center deciding what counts as reality. That is why the eyes matter. They are not just to look demonic. They symbolize the mechanism of forced observation itself. Emu is the ruler who does not simply govern the world. Emu tries to fix it into one authorized state. So, Emu is a false Ophanim, a counterfeit, all-seeing throne consciousness. Not divine wisdom, but surveillance. Not sacred order, but hidden absolute control. And if that's what chapter 1179 is telling us visually, then the final war of One Piece may not just be pirates versus government, it may be the one who gets to define reality itself. So now we need to define what I mean when I say Emu and Luffy are multidimensional beings, and I don't mean that in the lazy comic book way where they phase through portals and call it a day. I mean it both of them as they act across multiple layers of reality at once. Physical, mythic, historical, consciousness layers, world order layer, and Emu especially has already started behaving like a being who exists, is not confined to one simple body. or one simple place. In chapter 1178, Imu extends through Gunko's body and attempts Dami Reversi, then disappears again while asserting intent from the center of power. That is not normal movement. This is even normal for a possession-based power. That looks more like distributed presence, like one will expressing itself through multiple points in multiple systems at multiple times. This is where entanglement helps. In quantum physics, entanglement means two or more systems become correlated in a way that classical logic does not fully capture. They are linked as a part of one larger state. So if we apply that metaphorically, Imu is not just an individual. Imu is entangled with the throne, with the world government, with the five elders, with the machinery of the race history, and maybe even the very logic of domination that was structured the world for over 800 years. This is why Imu feels bigger than a person. Imu feels like a ruling pattern wearing a body. That is also why the Ophanim comparison matters so much, because the Ophanim are not just watchers. They are throne-adjacent consciousness that moves whatever the spirit moves. Imu mirrors that, but in a corrupted form. Not wisdom, but panoptic control, not guidance, but totalization. And if that sounds too abstract, chapter 1179 pushes it back into visual storytelling. The chapter is framed as Imu descending, and the whole energy around itself is being overwritten by a higher order authority entering the field. Now, the eye-covered orbit around Imu is symbolic of consciousness that does not need one front-facing perspective. A normal person has a point of view. Imu seems to have a perimeter of view, a circumference of view, a ring of awareness. That is exactly why perception that does not need to turn in order to see, it already contains every direction. So if Imu is multidimensional through control, then Luffy is multidimensional through freedom. That is the key. Luffy is not the anti-Imu just because he's the good guy with the bigger heart. He's the anti-Imu because his entire awakened existence does the reverse of what Imu is trying to do to reality. When he's in G5, he does not just get stronger, his body stops obeying normal material logic. The environment around him becomes responsive. The fight stops behaving like a closed physical system and starts behaving like possibilities itself have been set loose. And most importantly, his awakened reactivates something historical and mythic. Denisha recognizes the drums of liberation and says Joy Boy has returned. That means Luffy is not only operating as himself in the present, he is resonating across centuries, across inherited will, across myth, and matter at the same time. That is multidimensional too, but it is the opposite kind. This is where the final part of Quantum Layer clicks into place. If Imu represents force measurement, the hidden observers trying to pin the world into a single state, then Luffy represents living superposition. He keeps possibilities open, he makes reality feel less rigid, he turns matter flexible, turns despair into motion, and reopens outcomes that look fixed. And the enemy of that is decoherence, the process where a system loses its openness because of the environment keeps watching. It was forcing it to behave classically. This is basically why Imu's whole project in One Piece is to erase history, the void century, decided which lights must be extinguished, control what history is allowed to remain, freeze the world into an official version of the truth. Imu is decoherence as king. Luffy is coherence restored through liberation. So my final statement on this is Imu and Luffy are both multidimensional beings, but they become multidimensional through opposite principles. Imu becomes multidimensional by centralizing power, perception, memory, and fate into one all-seeing throne consciousness. That is why the Ophanim lens fits. Imu resembles a false wheel within wheel being. a counterfeit throne, angel made of surveillance, sovereignty, and collapse. Luffy becomes multidimensional by reopening body, myth, environment, and time into a freer state. He is not the ruler of all angles, he is the force that makes new angles possible. So the final battle may come down to this. Does reality belong to the one who watches everything from the throne, or the one who frees reality from being fixed at all? This is why the conflict feels bigger than Pirate King versus World King. It feels like the war between collapse and possibility, between false and omnipresent and liberated becomings. And that is why, to me, Oda gave Imu the eyes, because the last enemy in One Piece may not just be evil, it may just have the urge to make the whole world stand still, being able to see all outcomes of what has happened and happening.
Nerd, that was phenomenal. I'm not even joking. I thought your Haki equals MC squared would be your magnum opus. This might top that, man.
And that wasn't just all, that's just like a good place to cut it because I had a timer going. But I had, so like a few quick points I just want to push on before you do whatever. So I really think that we can kind of all agree, well, this might be really hard to wrap some people's heads around, but time is not linear. You know, you cannot define time without having to define other things to define time, right? So that, so in physics, everything that's happening is just past, present, future, it's all connected. So I believe that the first world, second world, third world is all happening simultaneously at this point, right? Whether the other worlds are stuck in Ouroboros, like a loop, and they keep on eating the same tail, and now Luffy has the chance to change it, because in the last chapter when Imu said, "Oh, this is where you've been hiding." So the Japanese connotation of the "where you've been hiding" is like, but in time is how it's supposed to. It just doesn't translate well to English. It's not like, "Oh, you've been hiding in L." It's not a where, it's a when you've been hiding. And you don't say, "Oh, this is when you've been hiding." Like that doesn't translate well to English. And also, if Imu is a multidimensional being, like, let's just say fourth dimension, just whatever dimension he is, to us as three-dimensional beings, he would look like a black shadow, a veil, right? Until he is seen by our main character, who is also a multi-dimensional character. So we see this through Luffy's eyes, right? So now we actually see what he looks like. Like, he could have looked like this the whole time, but because he's on a higher dimension,
Right.
like, we would have never seen him. I would like to go into that deeper, but I know it's late. So yeah, it was just like a few things I wanted to touch on.
No, I love the Ophanim connection, because when I saw the eyes, I was curious about them. And I know that I've seen Ophanim before. I didn't know what they were called, but I know they're a type of angel or being in that same vein. So I love that you brought that. And when I saw it, and like, I know we talked about the cherub in the, oh, you're giving an echo again. But we talked about the cherub last night on the stream. The Ophanim being this wheel that it's like multi-dimensional, like basically omnipresent in different times and space at different times. Like, I love that. If Imu is that omnipresent, though, wouldn't there be so much less that could have happened? I guess is my point. Like, would he have even allowed for so much that has happened to go wrong?
So, so that's what I've been thinking about a lot. But this is where the cool thing about fate that you guys were talking about that I wanted to talk about you guys with, like, so if he goes in and then changes something, like, it's like that, how many the butterfly effect. Like you drop a penny off, like
Yeah, any change he makes will have a unintended change as a result.
right? Right now, all he knows, in my opinion, is he knows he needs to stop Luffy, stop Vivi, stop Blackbeard, right? And he's good, right? Like, I think that's why, like, so all these dimensions, like, he finally has them all in the same place, right? And yeah, it's just interesting. So the Ophanim is like the higher ones because they don't take human form. Like the higher the angels go, from what I understand, and this is why I would have liked the twins' input, is they look less human. But the crazy thing about the Ophanim is the literal thing that in Ezekiel, it's like the Ophanim and the empty throne is what it like is what it's called. And so that with Emu is just like really crazy. And so I just think it's really cool. Also, I think I mean, like, this is also like, I don't know how you guys feel, but this is like a villain I'm like really proud that's like something I've put this much time into. I'm like, this is dope so far.
Yeah, we definitely didn't fumble on Emu. That's for sure. In any way, shape, or
That
form.
remains to be seen, man. That
True.
remains to be seen.
Yeah. He hasn't fumbled on Emu yet.
But
everything so far is good.
So I sent this thing that I can't unsee that was sent to me of Emu's blade. I sent it to Beans. If you guys go look at the end if you look at Emu's blade, it literally spells out Mu.
Oh yeah, somebody called in saying that earlier. Yeah.
Because I had sent you it on
IG?
I'd sent you
Yeah.
And I was like, so like what if that is like kind of point us to the point of like how we are getting black blades? Like what if Yoru is like the soul of someone, like what if like Mu is the blade, or like Yoru is the blade of Mihawk's, of like maybe someone that was in the Nerono lineage, which I think which he stole probably from but that's getting too way off subject. But yeah, either way, also really I just want to say one last thing and I'll get off. I'm really happy I could share this with you guys. I'm happy that for everything you guys have been doing, because seeing my friend who got me into One Piece about a little over 19 years ago, like he's unfortunately didn't get to make it to see Emu's reveal, and like it never hit me till I was like, this is a big moment in One Piece, and like it's just like cool that to have this community with you guys and stuff, and like like these are like big moments. Like, as if you want to make that corny, that's fine, but like this is like like I don't know anything that I like really put this much thought into anymore besides One Piece. So like having these moments that are like cool for me, and I'm like also like I get to be a part of this community and like give these theories and like it's the best way that I like can honor my friend that showed me this, so it's like I appreciate you guys doing these call-ins and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm sorry to hear about your friend.
It's life, right? But that's not the point of it. The point of it was like it's cool that I can do stuff like this, and thank you for having that platform. Now I know I gotta go. It's super late.
No, before we drop you, I did want to say I love the theory. I'm sure you're putting it out on your socials. Yes. I did, like, I don't know if you saw, every time you start spitting and you're going in, and you reference something that I can Google, I try to switch to the presentation mode. So I had the Ophanim kind of showing to give people an example of what you mean by the eyes and the cherub and the wheel itself. So I hope you appreciate that. I love that you're honoring your friend, man. And what's up?
Sorry, one last thing, because it's about the wheels. Is it the Andorians or the Skypeans that have the tattoo of the wheel? Because I thought like that. It's just whatever. I mean, I can find it a different day, but I just wanted to put that out there that like they're.
Is that a
Yeah,
wheel?
I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know if that's a wheel. I'm looking at Wiper right now. I don't know if that's a wheel. Could be.
Whitebeard?
No, Wiper.
Or it looks like whatever those, like a steering wheel for a pirate ship almost.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture of it. But either way, thank you guys so much, and thank you for doing this every week. And yeah, do you think he's the end game guy still?
100%.
It can be a yes no. It doesn't have
I'm
to
gonna
be.
say yeah for now. I'm gonna say yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
The moment they landed on, because I feel like Elbath. I was talking with my buddy the other night about this. I feel like the moment they landed on Elbath, I feel like Elbath was the last piece missing. The Giants were the last piece missing for the war to fully kick off.
So
and this is coming to be the like end war.
Here's the thing though. So unfortunately, I think Luffy's gonna need like Blackbeard to beat him. And so maybe he'll be the big bad best fight of the end, but like I guess it depends what you look at as endgame final boss. Because I think it will be, you know, like Luffy versus Blackbeard, you know, for like King of the World type shit. King, you know.
Nerd language, man. I'm dropping you.
Drop me. Drop me or else I'll be on here forever. It's okay, I get one. Larry got one, I get one. Peace.
Take it easy, nerd. All right. Let's get Alex in here. Alex, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, man? Rapid fire. I gotta close out soon. 9:30 is my hard stop. So talk to me.
Hey, you're good. I got nothing for you. I'm just wanting to shout you guys out and say I appreciate everything you guys do.
Oh, thank you, man. You gotta have a question or something. Hit me.
No, I just wanted to say rocks on top. That one's for Larry.
Oh man.
And Marco over Sanji. That's an easy one.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he did more when he kicked Kuzon at MarineFord 3 time skip than Sanji did coming out of fucking, or my apologies, out of
language
orbit to kick page 5.
Well, Alex, I appreciate you waiting in there for me, man. You have a good night, bro.
Hey, you too. I do food service, so I don't come in until like midnight. So getting to pop in is a rare thing for me, and I appreciate you making time.
All right, man.
Respect.
All right.
Y'all have a good one.
You too.
You as well.
Oh,
Topt
man.
after hours, wild.
Bruh. Oh,
filter
man.
comes off, the later it
I'm
gets.
trying to think if I should drag Soropolis up in here, man, and just get him in. Screw it. Soropolis, man. I know you've been waiting. Talk to me. Gotta make it quick. Rapid fire.
Dude, you caught me so off guard. I've just been reading my book here in silence for like an hour and a half. I totally forgot I was in here. Dude, you are good. Thank you for getting me in here.
All right, man. I appreciate you, bro. Have a good night. Enjoy your book. Wait, what's the book? What's the book?
Whoa. I still want to give my take.
Oh,
I just forgot
rapid fire, man. You talk about books.
Bro, first off, the book is called, it's the Sun Eater series. I highly recommend it.
Okay.
Second, my theory is based off the fact that I don't think Emu or Blackbeard is the final villain. I think it's Davy Jones. And there's a couple reasons why I think this. First off, with the new Emu reveal, based off what we see and you guys talked about in the podcast yesterday, we see kind of when Emu teleports out of Maritois, he comes in with kind of blood on his face, and he's clearly wounded, like it took a lot out of him, a lot of power. I'm under the belief that there's almost a sort of reverse covenant that Emu could have with Davy Jones, to where like a large portion of his Haki or Devil Fruit abilities or whatever is going on with the covenants and how he shares power is being put into Davy Jones in order to kind of keep him stable so he can't break free. And where is Davy Jones, you might ask? It's the exact same thing that everyone talks about being destroyed at the end of the series. That would be
He's
the
stuck in the
line.
red line? Okay.
I don't know if you've ever I don't know if you read a lot of comic books, but there's a character called Null. And basically the basis of his character is he's like part of Venom, and he's like the god of the symbiotes. But what you find out is that the planet that they originally hail from is actually just a prison compiled of all of the various symbiotes that have ever existed. I think the Red Line could have been created during the Void Century as a prison for Davy Jones. And I think that it's kind of supported based off the way we see Emu talk about Davy Jones as a person. We see Rox talk about him, and we see the way he almost views Davy Jones and Joy Boy in a similar light. But 100 years is a long time. You know, we know that ages in One Piece are, at least for the most part, aside from giants, pretty not normal to real life, but like 75 is old in One Piece. You know, the ages aren't this far off, massive swing about
Right.
what exactly could be. And I think it's incredibly possible that the start of the Void Century has nothing to do with Joy Boy, and is Emu and the 20 kingdoms rising up to take down Davy Jones, who was the present king of the world. And then the very end of the Void Century is Joy Boy rallying up his own crew, almost similar to the Straw Hats nowadays, to try to take down the new world government and failing. And I think that almost similar to the way that it almost plays as a fiddle to Rox and Roger, whereas Davy Jones essentially got wiped from history, but Roger got, put on the execution block and got to share his story, and he became the really famous one. I feel like there's a chance a very similar thing happened to Joy Boy, to where Joy Boy became kind of this nice, inspiring figure throughout history, whereas the other one got erased. And while that may not make a lot of sense, we do see in the mural we see a figure on the right-hand side, kind of a smaller being with a crown, entirely shaded in dark. And I don't know who else that could be but Emu. And we see the entire alliance at fighting somebody. And that somebody is sitting there holding the sun in his hand. And we know that Davy Jones is essentially called the devil of the sea. And if we're working on the idea that Emu is, quote unquote, the devil, whether or not we want to say it's, the human fruit model, Lucifer or Azazel or Beelzebub, whatever you want to call it, that still kind of implies the existence of a higher being. Whether or not we think Emu once worked for Davy Jones or whatever you would call it, Lucifer was a betrayer. These demons, they were once angels and turned their back on their creator. And in Chinese mythology, in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong, who Luffy is loosely based on, one of the premier opponents that he fights outside of Buddha is a man called the Jade Emperor. And in Sun Wukong's fight with the Jade Emperor in Journey to the West, the sun gets extinguished, and we see in the mural what we can probably assume is the Mother Flame, but this giant hulking black figure that I'm taking to be Davy Jones is holding the Mother Flame. And while I believe that, I don't specifically know what it would be called, but I think he has another one of the god fruits, as we know that Oda's kind of taking different points along various mythologies and theologies. He's added a limited amount per pantheon, but I could see him adding another one for Japanese or Chinese mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And I also see the kind of similar to what you guys were talking about yesterday with kind of the Christianity basis for like Imu being inspired by the devil. I think the giant kind of fish-like monster that may end up breaking the red line would be the Leviathan, which is the giant sea creature that God imprisoned in the ocean because it was too dangerous for mankind. I think there's a good chance that that is either the thing that breaks the red line or the thing that potentially Loki could fight in the end of the final war.
Very interesting. I don't know how I'd feel about Davy D. Jones popping up and being the final villain.
To be clear, I did not say that I wanted it.
Okay.
I'm just getting worried that I might be right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd like that. Everything else you said in terms of the theology and the connections and references, I like. I can't believe I forgot about the Leviathan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really like.
My dad used to talk about that in Bible study.
Because like the only thing that I've always taken Imu to be obviously the dark figure in the crown on the mural. But the only thing we don't know is what the three kind of giant monsters are on each end of it. We have the one that obviously, Luffy's fighting, which a lot of people take as Imu. I kind of hope it still is Imu. I have a hard time believing Blackbeard's not on the mural, whatever he is. And then we have the other one. And I think the other one's Leviathan, trapped at the bottom of the sea that maybe it breaks the red line, maybe Imu has control of it. Who knows?
It's definitely interesting to think about. Soropolis, I do got to drop you. I got nothing.
Yeah.
I got nothing left in me. I ain't gonna lie.
Dude, you are good.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate it.
Have a good night, man. And enjoy your
You
book.
too. I will.
Man. Running on fumes, I ain't gonna lie. It's not just the 4 hours. I had work today. And I had to cover 2 regions. That's a lot. A lot happened today. But yeah, guys, another successful call-in stream. Really enjoyed this one. A lot of interesting conversation after the Imu face reveal. Definitely a lot of dope theories and context that was brought out here. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. And everybody, I know it was brought up today in general, but our Discord is supposed to be a place where people can connect and have conversations about One Piece and other anime and just speak to like-minded people. So keep making it that. You know what I mean? Make it that forever. We did get another super chat that came in late from JM Talbot. It's 8 months at Warlord status on YouTube. It says, yo, my work schedule changed, so I haven't caught a live in forever. Love y'all. Hashtag bang bang buggy gang. Hashtag Odin over Luffy Nika. Yeah, man. I can't understand what Lionel was thinking that day. It was insane, bro.
Is that a Lionel burner?
It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But yeah, like the stream, everybody. If you want a guaranteed spot in these call-in streams, become a Discord tiered member. I'm supposed to jump over to Survivor. I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to do that. I got to make a couple phone calls and probably take a shower because I'm sweaty now. But everyone, have a good night. Be good to each other and don't spoil anything.